Okay, it's 7:02, 7:02 p.m. this evening. Looking to call this meeting to order once we get a quorum here. Okay, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, and we'll go to our city clerk, Suzanne, for the roll call.
Councilmember Chua. Councilmember Dominguez.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Present.
Vice Mayor Montano. Here. Mayor Tran.
And I am here. Thank you very much. And next on the agenda is our Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And next on the agenda is the invocation. Tonight's invocation is presented by Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to just share one of my favorite poems, and I think it's so fitting with some of the stuff that we are seeing around the world. First and foremost, I do want to ask for our community to please have in your prayers the island of Puerto Rico, as well as the Dominican Republic, as they are getting hit pretty hard by a hurricane. I was at an elementary school and at one of our flag raising ceremonies today. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Carmen Montano. It was a beautiful celebration. And one of the little girls said, I don't know who you are, but you have a shirt just like mine. And we started conversating, and she just started sharing with me that she was a young girl that was being bullied at school and for dancing folklorico. And so that really hit me. And I wanted to just share a poem that I often recite in the mornings, and I share with young girls. And it's Still I Rise by Maya Angelou. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me down into the very dirt, but still like dust, I will rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? Because I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I will rise. Did you want to see me broken, found headed in lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? Does my happiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard, because I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still like air, I will rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from past that's rooted in pain, I will rise. I'm a black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide, leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I will rise. Into a daybreak that's wonderless clear, I will rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestor gave, I am the dream and the hope of my answers. I will rise. I will rise, and I will rise. Thank you very much, Mayor.
And next up is the presentations. We have a couple of proclamations, I believe, tonight. Let me come on down here to the podium. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome everybody to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. here on the evening of September the 20th, 2022. It feels so much that like we are celebrating so many things in our community. It's never felt as normal as it has been lately since maybe a couple years ago. The first proclamation here in City Hall is for National Hispanic Heritage Month. Folks know just less than a week ago, we celebrated Mexican Independence Day, and what a celebration that was. And so for here tonight, we are recognizing and proclaiming September the 15th to October the 15th, actually, as National Hispanic Heritage Month. September 15th to October 15th is celebrated nationwide as National Hispanic Heritage Month. It honors the cultures and contributions of both Hispanic and Latino Americans and commemorates how those communities have influenced and contributed to American society at large. Therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the Great City Council, proclaim, here we go, September the 15th to October the 15th, 2022, as National Hispanic Heritage Month here in the land of cornfields. And for the next proclamation for this month, September 2022, Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. In the United States, every year, over 20,000 women are diagnosed with ovarian cancer. And about 14,000 women pass away from this disease. Like all cancers, ovarian cancer inflicts pain and hardship on women and their families. During the National Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, it is important that we honor the courage of those affected by ovarian cancer and renew our commitment to promote early detection and treatment of this illness that takes the lives of far too many women. Therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the Great City Council, proclaim the month of September as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month here in the city of Milpitas. Thank you. Those are our proclamations for this evening. And next up's the public forum. Public forum, those in the audience are welcome to come on up to speak and comment on any item not on tonight's agenda. Tonight's comment period will be 2 minutes. 2 minutes. This is the public forum. Any item not on tonight's agenda cannot be discussed, but perhaps we'll consider it for a future agenda item. It'll be 2 minutes tonight. Folks on Zoom, raise your virtual hands. We welcome you here. And so we'll go ahead and start with the first person here.
Loretto D. Mandel. I'm the organizer of Loretto Cuties Brigade Silicon Valley and also the founder, as well as a homeless advocate. I'm a longtime resident of Milpitas. I would like to ask the mayor and city council to pull out of consent ordinance 228.10. We need public debate or hearings on this issue, and we need input from everyone. So it's not just for the House, but also the in-house advocates and others. So please reconsider and pull this out of consent. Thank you.
Okay, great. Come on up. This is the public forum. 2 minutes tonight, folks. Next up, Mr. Montemayor. I've been seeing you all across town, sir.
Thank you, Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Yeah, I'm just reiterating mainly the presentations. I I speak a little bit of Spanish. And yeah, aside from this happening abortion, and then we have this cancer, and it affects birth, I would say. And I was here also during the Mexican independence, and I admire one or few people, the keynote speaker, Mr. Rico, that we are here in America, and we should recognize the anchor. How we came here is very hard. It was very hard experiences. So I was touched. One more thing. Thank you, the people of Milpitas and places where we put our yard signs as candidates. I'm not in politics right now, but I think we're now educated. We put our yard sign in between everybody's yard signs and nobody complains. Thank you.
You got it. All right. Public forum. Who's next? Yeah, thanks. You put those down. What's your name and welcome?
Hi, thanks. My name is Lucy, and I'm a resident of Sunny Hills Apartments. I've lived there for 20 years since I came here as a toddler. And this neighborhood has been really, really important for me and my family because it's just provided us with a lot of stability since like coming here as new immigrants can be really difficult, as you may already know. And it's just been a really like stable landing place for a lot of new immigrant families like mine. And I've just been really fortunate to be able to live in this complex because I wouldn't have had access to the same resources or to the same Asian communities in the places I would have had to move to if I couldn't stay here in Milpitas. So here I brought up 600 signed petitions and a printout with over 300 signatures from our online petition in support of preserving Sunny Hills. So as you can see, there's about 1,000 people from our community who support saving this neighborhood. So we're here tonight to call on you, our elected officials, to save Sunny Hills and preserve it as low-income affordable housing for future generations of youth and their families. Thank you.
For sure. Yeah, we'll set up a meeting soon. Email me. Next. I do have these cards as well. I can call off names as well, but welcome.
Oh, greeting to all. My name is Hian La, and I have lived in the new apartment for more than 10 years. And I come here today because I want to thank you, the city, for the help so the resident in there can live until 2023. But it's almost end. So please help us. And right now we have issue about the construction. There are some issue about the safety. But in May, an 81 years old tenant had a serious fall. She had to hospitalize with severe bruises to her face and rib. And we wonder why is there any help that the city can reach out, either like for another 5 years more for us to live. And then we don't ask the city for the money because we know about the budget. But if the city can help, maybe please reach out to the housing authority or the state government, because without help, the tenant there will be like a join with the homeless. Even don't have the money to go into the low income. People with the SSI, disabled, and then the working family with children. So please help to save the Sunny Hill And we need the income-based program because many people cannot get into the low-income program. Thank you for hearing.
You're welcome. Okay. Let me go off this here. Lucy Wong, are you here, Lucy? Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. He in law, I think that's he in law, right? I know you very well. Hang Nguyen. Yeah, chào Hang.
Kính thưa ông thị trưởng và bà phó hiệu trưởng và các nghị viên của thành phố Milpitas tối hôm nay. Tôi tên là Hằng Nguyễn và tôi sống 20 năm ở chung cư Sunny Hill. Chúng tôi cần thành phố hiểu rằng chung cư Sunny Hill không chỉ là một khoản đầu tư mà là một cộng đồng quý giá và đa dạng. Một nơi trẻ em lớn lên, một nơi cao niên với thu nhập cố định, được an toàn và trong số ít nơi cư dân Milpitas có cơ hội ổn định nhà ở. Chúng tôi đang yêu cầu với những cái vật giá lạm phát hiện nay, với cái số tiền của chúng tôi rất là ít ỏi, thì chúng tôi yêu cầu coi như là ông thị trưởng và bà phó thị trưởng và các thành viên trong hội đồng thành phố đặt trường hợp của quý vị ở chúng tôi với cái đồng lương với cái tiền mà số tiền nhận từ SSI rất là ít ỏi, nhưng mà chúng tôi cũng vẫn cố gắng để mà sống tốt, và chúng tôi cũng cố gắng trong cái thời gian dịch để mà trả tiền cho chủ đất, chứ cũng không có phải là thiếu một cái gì, phải là viện một cái lý do gì mà không trả tiền được. Thì bây giờ chúng tôi cũng yêu cầu quý vị hãy cứu chúng tôi trong cái thời gian cái tuổi già mà với cái số tiền quá là ít ỏi, thì xin giúp chúng tôi để mà giữ lại cái Sunny Hill và cho chúng tôi có một cái cuộc sống không có sự lo sợ. Và hiện tại bây giờ thì chúng tôi rất là bị trầm cảm. Mỗi đêm chúng tôi ngủ thì chúng tôi cũng suy nghĩ là không biết tương lai của chúng tôi nó sẽ như thế nào. Nếu mà còn mấy tháng nữa thì
Come on, go. Đúng 2 phút.
Dạ,
Dạ, come on, go. Yeah. Không có chi. Come on, không có chi. Quý vị tới đây tối nay mà không có gọi thị trưởng, không có gọi, không có email gì, thị trưởng cũng không biết chuyện gì. Mỗi người quý vị tới, thị trưởng cũng bây giờ chuyện này không biết nữa. Thì tối nay mình nghe mỗi người 2 phút, mà sau tối nay thì ngày mai dập, thứ năm dập với Vice Mayor Carmen Montano để cho mình giúp. Tâm Đào.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to mention that we do have a translator. We have a couple of Vietnamese translators that are online. There's somebody on who can come on and translate, and she'll give some instructions so that maybe we can pause in between, because it'll be quite challenging to go the entire translation. So just wanted to let you know. And we have her on as a panelist right now. So I'll see if she can come on and translate the previous public speakers' comments. But if not, at least from now on, we can have that. Thank you.
Yeah. Dear Mayor, Vice President, Council members, my name is Hang Nguyen. I've lived in this Sunny Hill Apartments for the last 20 years. We've invested in it, and we know that this place is very, very valuable. It is a very good and stable housing. It has good schools, but because of the inflation and what we make is not much at all. And so I ask council members to help us. We receive SSI and it is not as high as the inflation right now. We try our very best to pay the landlord. And so we ask for your help and to keep Sunny Hill Apartment Every day, we live in fear, we're depressed, and we're scared. Thank you.
Ok, Tâm tới phim Tâm nha. Chào.
Tôi là Tâm Đào.
Còn kéo xuống.
Dạ, tôi là Tâm Đào, xin kính chào thị trưởng và quý thị trưởng và quý phó thị trưởng cùng các quý hội đồng thành phố. Dạ. Tôi tên là Tâm Đào và đã sống ở chung cư Sunny Hill này 11 năm rồi. Là cư dân của Sunny Hill, chúng tôi đã đồng ý với các điều kiện trước đây để thành phố có thêm sức mạnh thúc đẩy chủ đất Sunny Hill. Và chúng tôi xin quý hội đồng thành phố giúp đỡ cho chúng tôi được ổn, được bảo tồn và được ở lại Sunny Hill, tại vì chúng tôi cũng thu nhập cũng quá ít ỏi. Yeah. Xin kính chào quý ông và quý bà.
Okay.
Dear Mayor and City Council, I've lived in Sunny Hill for 11 years. As residents, and as I started, I've agreed with all the terms and conditions living here. I'm here to ask council members to help us remain and stay in this place. Our income is very low. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The virtual translator is pretty good. Okay, next up, Lao Quinn. Có đây không? Lao Quinn. Không có là lát. Lên đi. Không muốn. Ok, không sao. Okay, next up, Kai Chan. Yes.
Hello, xin chào hội đồng thành phố. Tôi tên là Khai Trần. Tôi đã sống ở Sunny Hill khoảng 20 năm qua. Mối đe dọa rút hợp đồng của chủ đất 5 năm thì mang lại rất nhiều sự lo lắng và cộng đồng của chúng tôi. Nhiều người cho đây có thu nhập thấp và già yếu, bệnh tật. Hơn nữa cũng không biết tiếng Anh. Nếu chủ đất không đồng ý gia hạn hợp đồng với housing, chúng tôi yêu cầu hội đồng thành phố thúc đẩy hoặc có biện pháp để binh vực lại chung cư Sunny Hill hoặc một cơ quan công quyền hoặc tổ chức phi lợi nhuận, chẳng hạn như một quỹ đất đai cộng đồng để giữ Sunny Hill có giá cả phải chăng vĩnh viễn cho các thế hệ tương lai của Milpitas. Xin kính chào.
Come on back.
Dear City Council, my name is Kai Tran. I've lived in Sunny Hill for 20 years. We were threatened to be taken back up the contracts for 5 years. We are very worried. All the residents here are ill, no English, low income, and the landlord is unwilling to extend the agreement with housing. And then we ask City Council to fight for us to keep Sunny Hill. If not, maybe open a charity or a nonprofit organization to help us. Thank you.
Ok. Đọc hết giấy rồi, có ai muốn lên nói chuyện thêm không? Có người nào mà muốn lên nói không? Mỗi người có 2 phút. Một người 2 phút thôi. Lên.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Tuyết Lâm, and I have lived in the Sunny Hills apartment for 4 years. As Sunny Hills residents, we agree to the previously mentioned condition to give the city greater leverage to make the owner of City Sunny Hills Apartments cooperative. Over a month ago, on National Night Out, we were told by the city officials that the owner will sign, but there is still no signature. Please, the city needs to do more to keep Sunny Hills apartment affordable. Thank you. Yeah, please help us.
Thank you. Okay, I know. Okay, the public forum continues. If you're here for any item not on tonight's agenda, all are welcome to come up for 2 minutes to speak on any item not on tonight's agenda. If you're here for an agenda item, we'll get there. That would be a great time to comment. Okay, yes, we have a resident. Come on up.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Just a couple things. One, I want to express support for the Sunny Hills tenants. They would really like to not have to go through this concern every 5 years and have the ownership of the property be in the hands of someone who will guarantee to keep it affordable long term. And that's what their petitions are asking. The second thing I wanted to do, really why I came up, is to announce that the Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association is co-sponsoring a candidate forum on Saturday, October 1st at noon. Normally, Sunny Hills events are at 9 in the morning, but we understood that there's a flag raising happening here. So we've postponed it till noon at the college. The college extension is also co-sponsoring the event with us, and the Milpitas Beat is co-sponsoring the event with us. We are looking forward to hearing the candidates for the mayor's office tell us their positions on things and sharing that with the community. So I hope our audience at home will be able to join us in person. There's an RSVP form online, Eventbrite. We are requesting people to sign up with Eventbrite to attend that event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, public comment. Public comment. Yes, come on up.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tao. I'm a staff member of the South Bay Community Land Trust here in support of the Sunny Hills residents. When there's naturally existing affordable housing, it's really important that the city fights to preserve it. It costs a lot of money to build new housing. And though that is important, the fear that these elders face every 5 years and the possibility that this housing stock will slowly disappear for the future generations of Milpitas, it's something that has to be taken care of as soon as possible. So please put more pressure on JMK Investments, the owner of Sunny Hills Apartments. If you can, convince him to sell. A lot of money from y'all, over millions of taxpayer dollars, has gone to this property to make certain changes and fixtures, but many of the residents have said that this is not going on. So how are y'all holding him accountable to these maintenances when you're giving him all this leverage to build new luxury units, but he still hasn't signed the new contract? So please do what you can to help out the residents. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else here in the chamber? Okay, I want to go to the virtual chamber. We have people with us on the internet for the public forum. Here we have Inderjit Munja with the virtual raised hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, City staff. Inderjit Munja representing the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce. You'll be happy to know that the Chamber is electing a new board from the members of the Chamber, and this will fill all positions on the board. So please visit milpitaschamber.com for updates and for new information. Also, the Chamber has been working closely with the city to bring future events to the Milpitas community. Announcements will be made through emails and on the website. So thank you for looking forward to more activity in the community. Thank you.
Next up, we have Johanna B with the virtual raised hand.
Hello, thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us today. I am Johanna. I am from Sunny Hills. I've lived here for over 20 years now and hopefully for quite some time still to come. I am actually going to speak on another subject outside of Saving Sunny Hills with the Low Income Program. I am going to be speaking about the construction zone that has been going on. And before I start, I want to invite each and every one of you and your staff to hopefully come and take a look for yourself so you can actually see what we are living with at the, for who knows how much longer. But mainly the complaints about this construction zone is when they tore down the old office building, there was asbestos. So a lot of tenants are worried that it's in the dirt. We have not been provided protection on the fencing that we were told was going to be installed. I remember that from the meeting that you guys voted and allowed the owner to build this new construction. And so that's a concern. The dust that comes in, we're not able to open doors to get airflow through our apartments when we're right on the edge. Let's see, there's fencing that they have up is not always safe. There's dirt a lot of the times on the sidewalk. We do have a lot of elderly that use canes or walkers and are unable to do so. So there's a lot of concerns that we as tenants see and deal with this construction zone. And I mean, I know it was okayed by you guys and it's great, but we need to have the priority and the safety of the tenants currently living here be made top priority. It's just awful with all the vehicles coming through here. The noise sometimes starts before 7 a.m., the speed, the dust, the dirt, everything. So please come and take a look for yourself so you can see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unacceptable. We'll work on it immediately. Can we get Vietnamese translation for that last public comment? English to Vietnamese, is that? Then we can get people involved here.
My apologies. I wasn't told, so I didn't.
Oh, okay. It's okay. We'll talk about it with her. Okay, next up, we have virtual raised hand. We have Tiffany on the virtual chamber.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Welcome.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Tiffany Voon. I'm a longtime Milpitas resident, and I'm also here to talk about housing. I know for me personally, I am not able to move out of my parents' house because it's just too pricey to live here, but it's our home. And the Sunny Hills apartments, I think it's especially important to preserve because it's part of the historical Sunny Hills neighborhood, famous for being the first deliberately planned inclusionary housing without racial segregation. And this is an opportunity to for Milpitas to be a champion of its residents, vulnerable residents, low-income residents, and preserve housing. I believe if the property owner doesn't wish to continue its contract with HUD, then the city should do everything it can to get the apartments into different ownership that will keep the place affordable in perpetuity. And one possibility could be a community land trust, which is a type of housing nonprofit. There's actually several in the Bay Area that we could look to as examples. And another possibility would be to turn it into public housing administered by like a local housing authority. And I really support this issue because I imagine like what our lives could be like if our access to stable housing didn't depend on the whims of a property owner. And I believe we should put people over profit above everything. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no further virtual raised hands, I'll go to the City Hall chamber if there's any requests for public comment. Anybody that has not spoken would like to speak. Các ai ở đây mà tối nay chưa nói lên nói giờ này giờ để cho mọi lên nói. Ai không? Không, ok. Richard số phone nha. Các cái viết không lấy cell phone nha nha. Số phone của thị trưởng cho tối nay cho nha. Tôi thấy cái mai gọi thị trưởng nha. Rồi. Số phone là 408. Có viết không? Mai gọi tới tụi này mình họp tới không ai gọi sao biết. Số phone nha. 408 nè. 755 55 54. Một lần nữa nha. 408 755 55 54 nha. Mai giỏi nha. Okay, thank you nha. For those in the audience, give me a call, 408-755-5554. Happy to help you. Okay, great. Thank you. I think that's it with the public forum. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. You're more than welcome to stick around. Next up is the announcements and future agenda items. We'll go to our city manager, Steve McHarris.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Tran, members of the City Council. I do have two quick announcements for you. First, we will have a Filipino flag raising on Saturday, October 1st at 10 a.m. at the Cesar Chavez Plaza here at City Hall. Second, we also have our Milpitas Police Department with a Coffee with a Cop event on Thursday, September 29th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the Starbucks on 120 West Calaveras Boulevard. That concludes my announcements.
Thank you very much, Steve. I will go next here. Just I mentioned earlier, such a very active time here in our community, citywide. I can't even begin to express how much joy I had last weekend. Not on Sunday because the Niners won, but Saturday when I was out in the community, just being around all the Milpitas family, it really filled my heart. And I'm looking forward to doing the same this upcoming weekend over at the Great Mall of the Bay Area with over 220 shops, a movie theater, Dave & Buster's, Burlington Coat Factory. And why will I be at the Great Mall this weekend? It's the 626 Night Market Mini. Our friends from the San Gabriel Valley down south are coming up here to host a night market. And there's a lot of excitement. And so I'm looking forward to being out there this weekend and posting more food on my Facebook. Next up with the request, Councilmember Anthony Phan.
Thank you. I'm going to try to speak to the audience that just left the chambers right now. Thưa quý vị,
please be brief. It's not on the agenda.
I will. Thank you. Thưa quý vị, nếu quý vị còn ở đây, Anthony muốn chia sẻ vài lời. Trước hết, Anthony muốn cảm ơn quý đồng hương, quý ông, quý bà, quý cô, chú tới ngày hôm nay để chia sẻ những lời lo lắng của quý vị. Anthony hiểu những sự lo lắng của quý vị và cái vấn đề này rất là quan trọng đối với cháu. Vì những lý do pháp lý, Anthony không có thể chia sẻ quá nhiều, nhưng mà Anthony muốn chia sẻ vài điều với quý vị. Trước hết là cái tin tức mà quý vị hiểu không có.
Please be brief. This item is not on the agenda.
I'm wrapping
Please
up.
be brief.
Thank you. I am wrapping up. Please. Thank you. Yeah. Chủ đất đã nộp đơn với chính phủ liên bang để tiếp tục cái chương trình này để cho quý vị có thể tiếp tục thêm 5 năm. Thành ra cái tin tức của quý vị, Anthony không biết ai đưa cái tin tức đó, nhưng mà không có đúng 100%. Anthony có liên lạc nghị sĩ Rokana và chú Hiệp Nguyễn làm cho dân biểu Rokana có chia sẻ là họ đã nhận được cái đơn của cái chủ đất rồi, và họ đang xem lại cái đơn đó. Thành ra không có phải là chủ đất không có muốn tiếp tục cho quý vị ở đó, cái đó không có đúng. Chủ đất đã nộp đơn để tiếp tục rồi. Thành ra nếu mà Anthony có sơ suất gì phát biểu ngày hôm nay, xin quý vị bỏ qua, và vì Anthony sanh trưởng tại đây, nhưng mà xin quý vị hiểu là Anthony sẽ tiếp tục luôn cố vấn cho quý vị.
Any further announcements, Councilmember Fan? Okay. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chan. I have a question for our city attorney. For foreign language being spoken on the dais, and some of us and a number of our residents probably do not understand. What is the policy on that one, please?
I'm not sure we have a written policy. I think in the future, all statements made on the record need to be made in English and translated into foreign language.
Can you repeat it, please?
I think in the future, all statements need to be made on the record in English first and translated into those languages so that the clerk can keep appropriate minutes.
Okay, so in that case, Mayor Chan, I would like to direct or request the city attorney for a policy that will restate what you just said.
You mean the city manager, you mean?
Was it
for the policy?
Oh, okay.
Wait, hold on. What kind of policy?
It's a policy.
Just city staff. We'll go city staff.
City
I
staff.
don't even know which way.
Policy on how everybody can understand what is being said on the dais. If it's a foreign language, it's not just for us as a
Okay, from the
council,
dais. Yeah. Okay.
but everybody else in their homes.
Yeah, let's do that. That's excellent, actually. We'll ensure all diverse languages are translated by a third-party translator, independent translator for all those that are in the room and beyond. Thank you.
I have a few more, Mayor Tran. I have one is, since I'm the liaison for the Youth Advisory Commission and also the Senior Advisory Commission, I realized that we don't have a teen center, that the teens are sharing with our senior center. So I would like to request the city manager to explore, maybe look into how can it can be a standalone facility or still sharing with senior center, but it's more pronounced like that the senior center is also a teen center. Because when I first started, and there was an event for teens, and I didn't even know that the senior center is also the teen center. So we'd like to explore that, please. The next one, since there are questions in other cities about ethics, and I would like to request the city attorney to explore on how what education do we need as a council member or a staff or even commissioners that need to get education on ethics. I think is very important because I read once that if there's no trust in the residents because of degradation of ethics, then it threatens democracy. And I would like to explore how we can strengthen our ethics education or ethics policy this is directed to the city attorney. The next one I have is I got a couple of conversation with the residents, and they're concerned about the packages being stolen, delivered packages at their doorsteps. And I know our police department is working on it, but I would like to ask the city manager to maybe have a PSA on best practices on how we can protect our packages, the residents' packages at their doorstep. Those are the ask. And if I can call on Rochelle to show the two flyers that I requested. There you go. We had our meeting at the Library Commission last night, and I was just blown away by the August numbers. They're like 84,377 checkouts in 1 month. The visitors at the library, Milpitas Library, is 35,896. And the borrowers are around 10,000. So I just wanted to share that the library is super busy. Our library is super busy. And the next one will be, we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and the Community Advisory Commission is doing a spring cleanup. And it's going to happen this Saturday, 9 to 12 p.m. at Mobile Lodge. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. And as always, thank you very much, Councilmember Evelyn Chua. Thank you so much. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief because I just wanted to thank all the people that helped out for the Mexican flag raising ceremony at Cesar Chavez Plaza. I want to thank Sonia Medina Ashley, and also Juliet Gomez. They were the coordinators, and especially the Silicon Valley Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, who was the sponsor. And another sponsor was Las Vegas Taqueria, Tequila Shots, and also Dave Lanero, who contributed to the success of the event. And thank you all the council members for being there. And it was all the community came out, and I really, really was so impressed with the dancers from Randall Elementary School. They have their own little folklorico group, and that was really special. And one of the parents told me that this was the first time that Superintendent Cheryl Jordan, that any superintendent showed up, and they were so happy that the Superintendent Cheryl Jordan showed up to see their performance. So it was really great. So I want to thank everybody and staff for making it happen. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Carmen Montano. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. One of the things that I would like to, and it's not a request for council, but just more of a comment for staff. Definitely we could look into the Sunny Hills construction. I know that I have received at least 6 emails in the last week about some of the stuff that's going on over there. So I'll definitely send it over to you, Steve. You could just follow up on that. The other thing, please. And then the other thing, definitely, I think the flag raising events are very special. And one of the things, again, there's always room for improvement. And one of a lot of the feedback that I got from the flag raising ceremony was that I just want to make sure that in the future it doesn't happen, because I do feel that we have to be very, very careful on how we do flag raising ceremonies, because it is honoring the countries of those that live in Milpitas and celebrating our diversity. So within the flag raising ceremony, we didn't raise the Mexican flag appropriately. And we also did not sing or play the anthem for that country. And it was a Mexican flag raising ceremony. So things like that, I know that for some people, it's, I did hear the comment made, oh, well, it's not oh, well. And as someone that does identify as Mexican American, I will say this. Anybody that lives in the city of Milpitas deserves more than an oh, well. Our diversity is important. Our countries, our roots are important. And so I just want to make sure it doesn't happen for the Philippine flag raising event, that we make sure that that flag is raised appropriately. And I know that other cities do have a policy on how to raise these flags and the order. I would also like to be respectful of the United States flag. There was no presentation of colors, and that's a big part of a flag raising ceremony. So if we could just make sure that we have the policies for the flag raising shared with either the nonprofit or the coordinator that is putting these events together, because these events, while these are minor things that maybe only certain people may notice, there is protocol, especially when you're raising the United States flag. And so I just want to be very cognizant that these events are not just, they're ceremonial items, and I just want to make sure that we respect the countries that we are inviting our guests to do, right? A lot of our guests were upset that they didn't see the Mexican flag raised and that they didn't hear the anthem for that country. And so I do want to be very cognizant of that, because I did get actually a couple of emails, and I understand their frustration because they came for a Mexican flag raising ceremony, but those two main events did not happen. So again, I understand there's always room for growth, and just like Councilmember Chua earlier said, let's just make sure that policy is shared with the nonprofit. And if we don't have a written policy for flag raising ceremonies, definitely let's look into building one that includes the presentation of colors, roles and responsibilities of the city, of the nonprofit or the agency that's taking over the flag raising ceremony. And then definitely making sure that those two elements are included with, which is who's going to either sing or play the national anthem for the country of the flag that's being raised, and that flag of the country, as well as the United States, is flown separately. And if it happens where they're both raised at the same time, because trust me, events, I've ran plenty and it happens, just making sure that there's a run through of the event the day before, so the facilitator knows, okay, if that happens, they could just bring down the flag again and do it again, right? It doesn't have to be perfect, but just making sure that the facilitator or the host of the event knows exactly what they're doing, and that they're following an agenda and maybe just doing a quick run through the day before. Thank you very much for your time.
What a great year here it is in Milpitas. We're socially gathered again in the Indian Independence Day, Mexican Independence Day, and then very soon, Philippines Independence Day. And let's not forget our United States Independence Day, and what an event that was. Okay, next up, Vice Mayor Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Dominguez's comments. I think we have to look at overall, it was the first ever Mexican flag raising ceremony. Sure, it wasn't perfect. I mean, we didn't, first of all, while we were singing while I was singing the national anthem, the flag was not supposed to be raised. So that's one of those things, but it was supposed to be the music for the Mexican flag was supposed to be playing, and it didn't play. So, these are all learning episodes, and we're going to make it better next year. But the thing is, you got to look at the positive, and that was the positive is it was the first flag raising ceremony of raising the Mexican flag, and we have to look at the joy and the community spirit that it brought to the community. So with that, that's right there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I hate to add, I was like, maybe, I think I did attend the event, and it was special. It was led by Mexican Americans for the Mexican culture and community. And I think as a attendee, that fills my heart. It makes me proud of our community that this event was led by the culture, for the culture. So let's always support the culture. All right. Any further requests for announcements and future agenda items? Going once, going twice, going once, going twice, 3 times. Let's go to our city attorney, Michael Matalapasi, for the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask the mayor and each city council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest. related to any of the items on tonight's agenda?
And we'll go down the line here. Councilmember Chua,
None.
Councilmember Dominguez,
None.
Councilmember Fan,
None.
Vice Mayor Montano,
None.
and myself is a none. Michael.
And I ask the mayor and the members of the Milpitas City Council, please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Chua,
None.
Councilmember Dominguez,
None.
Councilmember Fan,
None.
Vice Mayor Montano,
None.
and myself is a none. Thank you very much. And we'll go to the reading of the city code, reading of the city council code of conduct. Be respectful and courteous words, tone, and body language, model civility, avoid surprises, praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. The dais is what we're sitting on here. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The city council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and admin. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Moving on to the approval of the agenda, which is separate from the consent calendar. Let I remind whomever. And so the agenda is fine for me. And I'll move to approve the agenda. Need a second. We have a second from Councilmember Chua. And we'll go to the vote. We'll go one by one here. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself and I, the agenda is approved. Consent calendar, I would like to pull item number 18 for the community. And so 18 off the consent. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Anybody else request for the consent calendar? Vice Mayor Montano.
So item C13 was the previous item, and I want to find out what if for staff to announce what was the findings on that. And that's it.
For the benefit of the public, if we can have staff. Okay, we have our assistant. Oh, we got a couple of folks here. We'll go down the chain of command here. Assistant City Manager Ashwini Kantak for the Vice Mayor's request.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, and I'll hand it off to Director Lai to follow up.
Vendor not only uses recycled water, they use eco-friendly products. So that's in the staff report. I wanted to announce that out.
Technical difficulty, Director Lai.
Not able to hear you very well, Lauren. If you could put up your volume, turn up your volume.
Okay, 1 minute. Is that better? Just testing.
Okay, so maybe I'll respond. So Vice Mayor Montano, we did include some additional information in the agenda report. And in response to your question, they do use biodegradable products, and they are a firm that does practice environmental sustainability in how they basically clean all of the uniforms and provide services.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Quick question. That's nice. Let's see here. I do see a virtual raised hand. Is there any comment here for the consent calendar? Let's go to the virtual raised hand to see what you would like to talk about. If we'll pinpoint your request here. Mike Katz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, staff, and the public. My name is Mike Katzlakabe, and I'm the Director of Research for Oakland Privacy. I'm addressing item C11, and I urge you to vote against approving the expenditure of $314,750 for flock safety automated license plate reader cameras because of the lack of evidence that cameras have improved public safety in the city of Milpitas, and because most of the data gathered by these cameras is useless and infringes on the privacy of residents. Unfortunately, there was no data provided in the staff report that council members could use to determine the license plate reader cameras' impact on crime since they were originally installed in 2020. With 35 cameras operating throughout the city since 2021, the police department should have more than enough data to provide to council members and the public about the effectiveness of the cameras. Instead, the staff report focuses on a few anecdotes. For example, the staff report mentioned the license plate reader cameras help with the recovery of stolen vehicles and locating missing persons, but certainly the police department was recovering stolen vehicles and locating missing persons before the cameras were installed. I will note that although no data was provided in the staff report, we have reviewed data from flock safety cameras in 11 other cities in California, and we know that in 30 days, only 0.5% of the vehicles detected had any nexus to crime. That means that more than 99.5% of the data is essentially gathered of people just going about their business. I should note that Flock Safety offers a free option for the Milpitas Police Department to offer a tiny bit of transparency around its use of license plate readers by enabling a transparency portal. Together with the lack of data in the staff report, I strongly urge the city council to vote against this item, or at the very least delay it until the city council can have a reasonable discussion about these cameras and their implications and their effectiveness. Thank you very much.
Okay, any further requests? Any further requests, comments for the consent calendar? We'll take our comments. Anybody? Okay, I'll go ahead and move to approve the consent calendar. Pulling item number 18. Need a second. I'll go to our city attorney.
Just for clarification, did that include items C11 and C13?
Yes. Yeah. All right, need a second. Vice Mayor Montano.
Second.
We have a second from the Vice Mayor. Going to the vote. All in favor. We'll go one by one. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The consent calendar is approved. However, we are pulling number 18. Thank you for those comments, public. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Item number 18. Since we got some late action, I want to move item number 18 after item number 20. I want to move item number 18 after item number 20. Typically, you pull item from consent, it goes to the back of the agenda. I don't want to do that. I want 18 after the public hearings. If I hear no objections, we'll go to Councilmember Chua.
Second.
Okay. You know, we'll go to the vote. We have a second from Councilmember Chua. My motion is to move item number 18 after item number 20. I guess we'll just do that for the books. Second from Councilmember Chua, and then Councilmember Chua with the vote.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Next up, Vice Mayor Carmen Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. Okay, 18 is right after 20. Thank you. All right, moving on to public hearings. Item number 19, conduct a public hearing, introduce ordinance number 38.846, amending sections of Chapter 10, Title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to non-residential building heights. Here we are. And let's go to our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Pleasure to be with you again tonight. Oh, let me see. Lost my script. This is a public hearing item. It's the introduction of a revised zoning ordinance text amendment to regulate non-residential building heights in the city's commercial zoning districts. As you're aware, the council originally heard this item back in August and directed staff to go back and address concerns raised by members of the Milpitas Involved Citizens Community Group. Staff has met with MIC in late August, and we're now back with the revised ordinance that reflects the results of that meeting. And I'll review the changes in the next few slides. If I could have the next slide, please. So this is just a quick overview. As I mentioned, on August 9th, the council or staff previously introduced the proposed ordinance amendment to the council, and council expressed general support for the new regulations. We then scheduled the item for a second reading. At that meeting, the council postponed the adoption and directed staff to meet with members of MIC, as I mentioned, to review the draft ordinance and resolve concerns. As I mentioned, we met on August 25th, and through those discussions, we agreed to 3 changes to the proposed language of the ordinance, which I'll cover in the next few slides. Again, tonight's meeting is an introduction, or really a reintroduction of the revised ordinance. And if we could go to the next slide, please. The first change, as discussed with the council, well, first by way of background, as we discussed with you and back on August 9th, the proposed zoning ordinance would modify and add regulations related to maximum building heights in the non-residential buildings in the general commercial C2, highway services, HS, and town center TC zoning districts. The maximum building heights would be 35 feet or 3 stories, which is consistent with the existing maximum building height standards for other commercial zoning districts, namely the C1 neighborhood commercial and CO commercial office districts. But to provide some flexibility, the proposed ordinance would allow a maximum building height up to 75 feet, or additional building height up to 75 feet or 6 stories in the C2 and town center zones with approval of a conditional use permit by the council. That is a discretionary permit that would be subject to findings, and the changes that we discussed with the members of MIC revolve around this additional building height that would be approved with a conditional use permit. And I'll explain some of those details. The other change, and there was a little adjustment to this also based on suggestions from MIC, was the addition of clear and objective criteria and findings for approval of that CUP. And that was in the original ordinance, and then there are some minor modifications based on input from MIC. So the first one I'll talk about is here on the last bullet point, that we originally had proposed a 100-foot buffer area between the lower density residential, or R1 and R2 residential zoning districts. The MIC group suggested that we expand that to 500 feet. And the building heights within that 500-foot buffer area would be the same as the R1 or the R2 zoning districts, which is slightly lower at 30 feet or 2.5 stories. And the next 2 slides are an illustration of what that change looks like. So if I could have the next slide, please, and I'll walk you through this really quickly. This slide shows the town center zoning district in red, with Calaveras Boulevard running along the lower portion of the map, and the blue square in the lower left is the area where Milpitas City Hall is located at the intersection of Calaveras and Milpitas Boulevard. And then the yellow area along the top of the map diagram is that's the R1 single family residential zoning district that's located north of the town center shopping district, Safeway, and the other retail shops there. And that's north of the red. And then you can see the orange and is labeled, that's a 100-foot buffer. That was the original proposal. That's a 100-foot buffer that runs south of the yellow residential districts into the town center zone. And then as proposed, the blue line shows the 500-foot buffer line. So you can see that that's a fair, it's a pretty substantial increase. And within this buffer, again, what the buffer means is that the maximum building heights there would be limited to 30 feet or 2.5 stories. So that's sort of a protected area to keep taller buildings away and protect the integrity of the residential areas to the north. So within that buffer, there would be no option for additional height with approval of a CUP. So the buildings would be shorter there. And I just wanted to point out that, there's still plenty of area within, the town center district if sometime in the future, probably the far future, if taller buildings were to be built there. However, I do want to point out that probably the largest impact here is to the Beresford Square shopping center to the west of City Hall, and a substantial part of that shopping area would the building heights would be limited. It's interesting, within the town center district, we do have the gardens, the garden apartments that are behind that shopping center, and those are already, lower. Those buildings are not are limited to 2 stories anyway. So I just want to emphasize that there would be no impacts to any of the existing buildings in this area. So this would be for any future development. Then if we could have the next slide, please. I've included this one is another area of great interest, particularly to the members of the MIC group. So this slide shows the intersection at Jacqueline Road and I-680. And to the left, again in yellow and light green, are low-density residential neighborhoods. These are all located on the west side of I-680, with Jacqueline Road running roughly through the middle of this map. On the south side of Jacqueline, shown in red, as a small commercial area, as you know, that has offices, the Loop gas station and convenience store, and several child care facilities. And then the same as same as the previous map, the orange lines are the 100-foot buffer between the R1 lower density residential zones and the red commercial areas. Now on the east side here, again in red, yellow and light lavender are the low density neighborhoods on the east side of I-680. Again, the commercial areas are shown in red, and that's on the north side of Jacqueline, of course, is the Golfland property. So again here, same as the previous map, orange lines are the 100-foot buffer and the blue lines are the 500-foot buffer. So starting on the west side of I-680, you can see that the 100-foot buffer does not make much of an impact on that smaller commercial area where the offices and the gas station are. But when you make a 500-foot buffer area, it extends it all the way across to the other side of the I-680. So that is effectively limits development within the commercial area to the 30 feet or 2.5 stories. Now, again, no impact to the existing buildings, but I believe this has the effect that the council was looking for, in that I believe one of the concerns was protecting views of the hillside and not allowing taller buildings within that area. Even discretionary height would be prohibited here. Now on the east side of I-680, we had it was a little tricky to show this on the map, but you can see the other blue line running roughly east-west along Daniel Court, just south of Jacqueline Boulevard. So again, the orange line is 100-foot buffer and blue line is 500-foot buffer. So that 500-foot buffer that's running east-west is measured from the northern boundary of the Golfland property. And you can see that it extends all the way down onto the other side of Jacqueline Road. So once again, the entire area, and we're really only looking at the zone that is the highway services zone, which is the Golfland property, and all of that property would also have limited height, and there would be no possibility of additional height with approval of a CUP. So once again, that protects this neighborhood, and it protects the views of the hillside. And it's not shown on this view, but everything surrounding to the north and to the south is yellow, which is the lower density residential neighborhoods, and those already have existing building height restrictions. So the entire, this effectively, I believe, achieves what the council was trying to do with this zoning ordinance amendment, which is to limit the non-residential building heights in these areas so that we don't have new residential buildings that would dominate over the existing residential neighborhoods. The next slide, please. So that covers the buffer area. And then the next 2 slides, just a discussion of the findings. I mentioned that this was an additional change in language. And in this case, on this slide, these 3 new findings were added to the zoning ordinance, or excuse me, yes, to the section on the CUP for additional building height. The current ordinance, as currently written, the ordinance does not limit building heights in any of the zones. And so we entered, in addition to adding those maximum building height restrictions, we also included this provision for additional building height with the CUP, provided that findings can be made. So These three items were presented to you in the, back in August, and they have not changed. This is new language that would be added to the zoning ordinance to provide some clarity and consistent findings for when a additional building height is proposed in appropriate areas. And we always have findings that are attached and must be made in order for approval of a CUP. But what I want to show you is the next slide are two additional findings that were suggested by members of MIC. So if we could have the next slide, please. So these two additional findings are not really new because this language is already found in the zoning ordinance, but it's currently located in the definitions section, which is a little bit odd. And there's when you have things that are spread around the zoning ordinance, then sometimes things can be overlooked. So staff had originally recommended that this language be deleted from the definition section and essentially fully deleted from the zoning ordinance, but the members of MIC felt that it was worth keeping this language as part of the findings for a CUP. So whereas we originally proposed just the three findings that were on the previous slide that I mentioned to you, this language has been relocated from the definition section to the CUP section and added. So instead of three findings, we now have five, and these would again be findings that would need to be made by the council in order to approve a CUP. I believe MIC members felt that would strengthen the create a more strict standard for approval of a CUP, which was something that they were interested in doing. So again, all of these changes were agreed upon between staff and MIC. They had suggested them, and we concur with the recommendation. We believe that it actually improves and clarifies the zoning ordinance text amendment. The next slide, please. Just two more. Again, we always include our CEQA language. The proposed ordinance is exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. Both of the common sense exemption is cited here, as well as it would be consistent with the general planning and zoning. And then last of all, if we could have the next slide, our recommendation is to consider the exemption from CEQA and then move to waive the first reading beyond the title and approve or adopt or recommend for introduce and recommend for approval the amending sections of Chapter 10 of the zoning ordinance in the municipal code relating to maximum building heights in the zones shown. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions or to go back and clarify any of the things that were presented.
Thank you very much, Director Thomas from the Planning Department for the presentation. Let's go ahead. I'll move to open up the public hearing if I hear no objections. Hearing no objections. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. We're doing 2 minutes tonight. Barbara Jo Navarro, welcome.
Well, I'll restate my name, Barbara Jo Navarro, 915 North Hillview. I wanted to praise Director Ned Thomas for meeting with the Milpitas Involved Citizens Group. We have over 35 neighbors in our group, and we took the initiative to meet with many of the city council members and you there. And we had reviewed this 238-page document. We had a group do this. I was just one of like 6 people that were looking at it. We were really elated to meet face-to-face with the director. I personally didn't meet him face-to-face. I was on Zoom that day because I was watching my grandson, but it was a very eventful meeting with him and the senior planner, and it was just wonderful. I cannot say enough about the support that was provided to us as neighbors and the understanding that he had of our neighborhood. And this has been an ongoing concern of all of us in our neighborhood for some time now, since you might recall the La Quinta Hotel. And we're very excited that Primrose is going to be building a childcare center in that location on Jacqueline Road. And we're all aware that maybe there will be increased traffic, but we're all aware that this will help our neighborhood. And we're very, very pleased and looking forward to it. And we wholeheartedly want to work with the city in the future on any of these types of projects. And we're not against change or progress. We just want to keep our neighborhoods serene and neighborly and have a wonderful community and be able to see our hills. So thank you very much. And thank you, Director Ned Thomas.
Thank you.
Hello. I speak. Thank you. Allison Mcdonald. I live around the corner from Barbara Jo Navarro and have many friends that are part of that group. However, as you know, my pet passion is housing. And I was on the General Plan Advisory Committee that looked carefully at those exact areas that were being highlighted in tonight's presentation and felt that we have to find ways to meet our RENA goals. We have a housing crisis in Silicon Valley and in Milpitas. And by restricting so severely development, especially freeway close, where we could be envisioning mixed use, commercial and housing that might be higher than 2.5 stories, that would accommodate for more housing for folks who want to live in Milpitas but cannot find anything in their price range. And I know that this isn't the sentiment of the community, my neighborhood. I value my view of the hills when I walk out onto the street. I don't think that having a tall building on a corner is going to make that much of a difference. So I know that it's not a popular point of view, but I'm very concerned about the people who don't. They're not here because they don't have a place to live here. I'm concerned about my son who is living in Merced instead of living in Milpitas, partly because there's no affordable place here. He's planning to move back to the Bay Area this winter. He has.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
a
Thank you so
job in
much. Thank you.
Milpitas and
Appreciate you.
would like
Thanks
to
for being
live
here.
here.
You're great. Thanks. Appreciate it. All right. Next up.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Yeah, it's a mixed feelings. We had this situation before and we did not approve somewhere near that corner, 680 Jacqueline gasoline station. We didn't approve, but it seems like maybe we're changing minds. It could be approved eventually, but I'm not saying that. At least the planning director, the planning commission is doing their best. They're fair. And I know different feelings, the city, the people, the neighborhood. Everybody want to come to Milpitas. We want to improve Milpitas. We want business in Milpitas. Now, but we have to deal with the public, what we want. In other words, it's mixed feelings now. I would say if we will clear all the air pattern, like airplane from the airport, and we will clear the nuisance. It's very hard. The vantage viewing, the adjacent house, let's say, at least we have these the 500 feet, the 100 feet, those I cannot remember the term. So in other words, we are in between. It's the city council and the city planning commission, and all of us will decide for the best of Milpitas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, any further comment in the chamber? We'll go to the virtual chamber. Thanks for joining us on Zoom, folks. Let's go. First up, virtual raised hand. Yoli Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am also part of the MIC team, and thank you very much, Ned Thomas, for working with us. It was, when we go through this, we go through every document sentence by sentence, honestly. And we put a lot of work into it, and we're really grateful for the partnership we had with the city, especially with Ned Thomas and his group. And I just want to ask that this is approved, and thank you very much for working with us on this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next up, Bill Corby.
Hi, I'm Bill Corby. I'm also a member of the MIC group and also reviewed that 286-page document. And I wanted just to chime in. I'm on a trip back east tonight, and it's late, but I thought it was worth dialing in and on the Zoom. And I wanted to personally thank Ned Thomas for working with our team and listening to the arguments pro and con, and putting together this proposal, and very strongly support what I've seen tonight. And I'm hoping everybody gives it a lot of consideration and we vote this in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great hearing your voice. Okay. All right, no further virtual raised hands, no further requests for comment here in the City Hall chamber. That being said, let's go to Frank Bush with the virtual raised hand.
Hello, I'm also a member of the MIC. I've been resident of Milpitas for 27 years. It's a wonderful town, and working with the Planning Commission and the other commissions in Milpitas has been very insightful. And especially like the work in the housing element that's being that we're going through right now as a way to help low and extremely low income people in Milpitas with housing. So I think that there's several ways that that we're trying to improve the city and help people. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Frank. Great hearing everybody's voice tonight. If there's any further virtual raised hands, since I can't see you in person and I miss each of you, virtual raised hands, item number 19. This is the public hearing. Public hearings are so awesome all across America. Okay, great. This is our public hearing. I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing. If I hear no objections, I see no further requests. Going once, going twice. Don't see any further requests. I don't hear any objections. The public hearing is now closed. Thank you very much. We'll continue the discussion before we go to our attorney. But we'll continue the discussion here on the dais. I just am very satisfied tonight about the agenda item. If it was up to me, we'd have building heights all across the city. Every zoning, just building heights. But that's not the reality of our society. There's always going to be growth. If there's no growth, well, things stay the same. It's not too bad. But, you think about other cities across America, Detroit, Sunbelt, places, and because there was no growth, those cities unfortunately went down the wrong way. So I know that density is something that will likely occur. And I think it can work out if we just plan it strategically, which we are. And so, but yeah, building height limits, back to building height limits. If it was up to me, I'd probably put a building height limit on every structure period across town, but that's just me. This item can be a lot stricter. I understand that. But at the same time, I feel that it's better than what we have now as the status quo. This is definitely a strong step forward for the purpose of the item, although it could be stricter. But I think it's a really great step for our community. This item never really had a great start. I think BJ here in the chamber, but we're here tonight, and I think we're here tonight. Here's a story. I'm gonna tell a story here in City Hall. It all started off with the Quinta Project that was being proposed, and I went through the Planning Commission, and we all sat here in early 2020 with the Planning Commission. Many of us were here that night. Place was full of people. Can you imagine? It was full of people. The whole neighborhood came out. You talk about the MIC, but to a further extent, I was seeing my friends' parents and longtime residents. I said, wow, this is a big issue, this building height of the hotel project that was proposed. And so, Planning Commission voted it down. They appealed, went to the city council. I think we all know who voted on that, but the project ultimately failed, which is a hard word to use. But the effort of our community never stopped. And the discussions, the meetings, the organizing, the gathering, the community organizing was so good. And here we are tonight. I know folks were on Zoom. Let us rejoice at our efforts as Milpitians. And we are here tonight. And I think tonight may not be the last of it. Just incredible community organizing that I got to observe and participate in over these last few years. I'm so proud of the MIC. I'm so proud of you all. Okay. But, and that's why we're here tonight. And it's, again, it could be a lot stricter, but I'm okay. I'm satisfied with what we have tonight because it's something that we didn't have before. So, this item will essentially ensure future generations of Milpitas children can go to Gulfland. Okay. All right. Those are the comments I have tonight. And again, when this item was proposed, it didn't have all the votes or support it needed to take off. The only person that was in support of this item was Councilmember Evelyn Chua. But over time, we never gave up. And sooner than later, next up was Vice Mayor Carmen Montano. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting it. And even till the last meeting where we had this item, I want to thank each one of my council members for coming around and protecting the view of the hills, essentially. Thank you very much. All right, any further comments? I'll look to the dais. Okay, next up, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to thank Ned and the team for moving this forward. I know it was a lot of hard work, and also the MIC for really being diligent. You guys did a fantastic job. You have a lot of really bright people in that group. When I went to meet up with them, they showed me all the, the blueprints, and they also discussed the rationale about the building heights. So they did a fantastic job, and I'm glad they work with Ned. So if no one else has any other comments, I would like to move.
Wait.
Or do you
Not
want
yet, not
more
yet.
comments? Well, I'll just go ahead.
You can move it, but just wait a second here
Okay.
because
I'll let other people.
Yeah, we're gonna go
speak,
see.
but thank you very much.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Okay, any further comments on the item? This is it. Well, actually, this will be agendized one more time. This is the first action here. I believe it's 2 parts. Okay, great. Let's see, any further comments from the council? Okay, let's go to our city attorney. And we will have the city attorney, if they shall read aloud the title of the ordinance before we make the motion.
So this is ordinance number 38.846, amending sections of chapter 10, title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to non-residential building heights.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, and we'll go to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano, if you'll do us the honors.
Okay, so I move to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce an ordinance amending sections of Chapter 7, Chapter 10 of Title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to non-residential building heights, and determine that the municipal code amendment is exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15183.
There you go. I'll go ahead and second that motion from the Vice Mayor. We had a motion from the Vice Mayor. We have a second from myself. We'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Next up, Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The motion is carried. And that will be it for item number 19. We conducted the public hearing. Yeah. All right, we'll get some, we're gonna celebrate. We'll celebrate MIC party. All right. Not tonight, but this week. All right, it's happening. All right. Thank you so much. Item number 20, a great work community. And I do want to take a moment, actually, let me be very clear. Thank you to our community members. Thank you to our city staff, our planning director, Ned Thomas, and his team. This accomplishment tonight for our community is one that was led by our community, and our city staff really are the engine to anything moving forward here in City Hall. And I want to thank, lastly, our city council for doing their part. Thank you very much. Item number 20, conduct a public hearing and approve draft fiscal year 21-22 Community Development Block Grant, Cdbg, Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. And there's an acronym, CAPER. And we'll go to our Director of Economic Development, Alex Andrade.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Montano, and City Council. I'm introducing this item tonight as the interim housing lead. Tonight, we're really proud to share the outstanding community work that has taken place through the fiscal year 2021 through 2022. The Community Development Block Grants Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, better known as CAPER. The CAPER provides a list of accomplishments and the progress that has been achieved towards the priority needs and goals identified in the consolidated plan. Last year, the city allocated approximately $1.3 million to 16 community-based organizations. Over 20 different types of community and social service activities took place, which primarily benefits local vulnerable individuals. There are way too many to mention, but just to give you a sense of what this means in terms of activities, it includes maintaining and preserving housing, affordable housing rental rehabilitation services, assisting small businesses, public services for children, youth, and elderly populations. Our Housing and Neighborhood Services Administrator, Robert Musalam, is here to provide you a comprehensive overview of the CAPER accomplishments. I would like to say special thanks to Robert and the Housing Senior Administrative Analyst, Sarah Balcha, as well as our Housing Administrative Analyst, Michelle Silva, for these laudable accomplishments in partnership with various community-based organizations. With that, I am going to hand it over to Robert to begin the presentation. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you, Alex. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and City of Milpitas residents. I'm going to begin this presentation with a brief background on Cdbg and the CAPER. Cdbg is a grant program administered by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD. The intention of the program is to allocate funding to jurisdictions to primarily benefit low and moderate income households. The funding that we are reporting on tonight is reflective of the fiscal year 2021-2022 annual action plan allocations, which were approved by the City Council on June 15th, 2021. Next slide, please. So what is the CAPER? The CAPER is a HUD required document that details the performance of each of the subgrantees that were allocated funding during the last fiscal year. Specifically, the CAPER measures whether the subgrantees met each of their reported goals for the year. The performance of each of the subgrantees is then measured towards the goals of the 2017 to 2022 consolidated plan. And as we do every year for the duration of the consolidated plan, we report on these goals yearly to HUD. As such, the CAPER that we are reporting on tonight is the 5th and final progress report for the 2017 to 2022 consolidated plan. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a quick overview of the allocation for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. The city was awarded $682,977 in formula funding. This is the standard allocation based on HUD's proprietary formula. The city was also awarded $582,236 in Cdbg CV funding. This was tranche 3 of the special coronavirus funding allocated through the CARES Act. And finally, the City Council also reallocated $17,027.45 in prior year unused funding. So all in all, last year, the City Council allocated a total of $1,282,240.45 to 16 different organizations for a total of 21 activities. Next slide, please. So over the next 6 slides, I will cover the accomplishments of each of the subgrantees. Just to note that the large underlined text is the high-level consolidated plan goal, and the information below is the subgrantee who accomplished an activity under that particular goal. So under maintain and preserve existing housing, Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley made housing repairs for 21 Milpitas households. Under affordable housing rental rehabilitation, Terrace Gardens Senior Housing completed a capital project to replace their existing kitchenette. And under fair housing, Project Sentinel completed 7 fair housing cases and assisted 24 Milpitas residents with fair housing services. Next slide, please. Under Assist Micro Enterprises and Small Businesses, the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce provided direct aid to 15 micro enterprises in Milpitas. Under Public Services for Children and Youth, Child Advocates of Silicon Valley connected 7 Milpitas foster youth and children to court-appointed special advocates. And YWCA Silicon Valley, in partnership with MUSD, created a domestic violence prevention curriculum for MUSD students. 457 students were served through its Building Healthy Relationships program. Next slide, please. Under Public Services for Seniors, Catholic Charities provided 312 unduplicated visits to Milpitas residents in long-term care. Senior Adults Legal Assistance provided free legal services to 22 qualified Milpitas seniors. The Health Trust provided 3,281 hot meals to 19 homebound low-income seniors. The Milpitas Senior Center assisted 3 Milpitas seniors who needed continual support and education in technology to help bridge the digital divide. Terrace Gardens provided meal delivery services to 148 residents in lieu of community dining. And SourceWise Meals on Wheels program provided 66 Milpitas seniors with nutritious home delivered meals. Next slide, please. Under Public Services for Domestic Violence, Nextdoor Solutions to Domestic Violence provided 47 resident supportive services and emergency shelter to victims of domestic violence. And YWCA Silicon Valley assisted 56 victims of domestic abuse, responded to 65 crisis calls via a 24-hour crisis line, and served 147 persons with crisis counseling identified by Milpitas PD. Next slide, please. Under Public Services for Residents at Risk of Eviction, Silicon Valley Independent Living Center served 280 Milpitas residents through the Rent Relief Program. Under Community Funding / Public Services, Silicon Valley Independent Living Center provided housing services for persons with disabilities to 71 individuals. Life Moves had a meal delivery activity that served grab-and-go meals to 21 homeless Milpitas residents. Pragnia provided support to 132 children, youth, and adults from the special needs community. And Lighthouse of Hope Counseling Center provided 7 Milpitas residents with counseling. Next slide, please. Under Public Improvements, Accessibility and Facilities, LifeMove completed repairs and rehabilitation to the Via Shelter facility, allowing them to serve 21 Milpitas residents. And Nextdoor Solutions to Domestic Violence completed flooring repairs, which allows future Milpitas residents to have safe shelter, food, and supportive services. Next slide, please. So this is a visual of what I just discussed in some detail. So starting on the left with the goals and then moving to the right, how many individuals each high-level goal was expected to serve in the program year, then the actual amount of individuals served in the program year, and then finishing on the right with percent complete of the goal. So as you could see in that far right column, the city had a very successful year in providing services to its most vulnerable residents. Next slide, please. This slide will detail a few of the challenges and successes experienced in fiscal year 2021, 2022. The main challenges were that residents were still wary of in-person programming. So some of the subgrantees had to continue to adjust to provide services. Additional capacity restrictions to facilities also created some challenges. However, in spite of these challenges, we found that our subgrantees exceeded expectations by showing great flexibility, continuing to provide essential services, and taking extra safety precautions to ensure health and safety of our residents while maintaining a very high level of service. Next slide, please. And finally, our recommendations. Number one, open the public hearing, hear testimony, then move to close the public hearing. Number two, approve the draft fiscal year 2021-2022 Community Development Block Grant, Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. And three, authorize the city manager or designee to make any necessary changes and to submit the approved draft fiscal year 2021-2022 CAPER to HUD to comply with Cdbg requirements. And with that, I will answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always a great night when there's Cdbg on the agenda, and I really appreciate the presentation, every slide. Thank you so much. All right, so we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. I'll move to open up the public hearing if I hear no objections. I'll go ahead open up the public hearing because I hear no objections. The public hearing is now open. It's item number 20, folks, for the Cdbg Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Welcome. Who would like to speak? Yes, please come on up.
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Loreto Quevedo de Mandal, organizer of Loreto Kitties Brigade Silicon Valley and founder. And I would like to point out the work that we do, Loreto Kitties Brigade Silicon Valley, along with Hope for the In-House. And so I'm hoping that in the next round of Cdbg allocations that mayor and city council and the future elected officials will consider giving a local group like the Hope for the In-House, who's been doing a great job here in helping the in-house here in Milpitas. Thank you.
Voltaire, Montemero, Milpitas. This should be a meticulous work. I don't know the word, exact meaning of meticulous, but it's very hard. Screening, allocations. Of course, it will go down to our department, the accounting, auditing department. For me, it's very clear, it's justified, although there are challenges, but the accomplishment is justified enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're still taking comment, folks. If you haven't spoken on number 20, now's the time to speak on number 20. If not, I'll go to the virtual chamber. Virtual chamber, raise hands. Item number 20 related to Cdbg or the and the CAPER, we'll call it that. Okay, huh? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no further requests for public comment for this item, it's the public hearing, an exciting time. It's like you stop time for the public hearing, everything stops. Public hearings are so important. And we're sitting in one right now, and it's really important. The most important items on our agendas, if you ask me. And so I don't see any further requests for comment here in the public hearing, not even online. I'll move to close the public hearing if I hear no objections. Okay, great. I hear no objections. The public hearing is now closed. Thank you very much. Again, I just want to compliment staff for their great work on these business items here in City Hall. And Cdbg money reverberates throughout all of our community and really the valley, the greater valley, if you ask me. Okay. And so just again, staff's great. Our job's easy here in the chamber. Staff's got it all down. I did notice there's some extra, well, I don't call it extra, but unused funds. That's the proper terminology. There's unused amount, but we will, as a council, discuss that on the right evening at the right time as we move forward through our annual CDBG disbursement is how I like to describe it. And so I have the understanding that this money will be up for discussion going forward. So happy to take any comments with that. Routine work on this item tonight, unless there's any comments from my colleagues, I'll go ahead and move item number 20 after we just took the public hearing to approve the draft and to also authorize the city manager or designee and really to move to approve item number 20 as worded on the agenda tonight. But let's see if there's any comments. Vice Mayor Montano.
Just want to second that.
We have a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor, we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan. Let me get your microphone.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. Item number 20 has been approved. Thank you very much, everybody. And we'll go to item number 18. I thought I heard something on the microphone. We'll go to item number 18 now. Second reading of ordinance number 228.1 of the City Council of the City of Cornfields, that's Milpitas, adding chapter 9, use of public right-of-way, use of right-of-way and public property to title 10, streets and sidewalks of the Milpitas Municipal Code, and adding section 10-10-1.03 to chapter 10. Chapter 10's got to be the best chapter in the code book, right? Yeah. Structures or objects on sidewalks or public ways to title 10, streets and sidewalks of the Milpitas Municipal Code. And we'll go to our city attorney, Michael Mutalapasi.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have the slide deck presentation. If you want the slide deck presentation again, can we go ahead and put up the slides?
Yeah, we'll take it.
So as the mayor mentioned, this is an ordinance of the City Council adding chapter 9 to title 10 of the municipal code. This relates to the use of the public right-of-way and other public property. Next slide, please. Actually, one more slide. So as we discussed previously, the city has certain obligations. The city keeps the public right-of-way in trust for all citizens. And it has a duty to make that available for public use and to protect the public health, safety, and access of all people who are accessing the public right-of-way. This includes maintaining pedestrian and authorized commercial activity on sidewalks, which is essential for both public safety and economic thriving. It's also important for pedestrian access to neighborhoods and a vital economy in the city. There's need to maintain pedestrian traffic is greater during the hours when businesses are operating because people are trying to access those businesses. When public sidewalks are congested, city residents are more likely not to use their neighborhood sidewalk. People who are sitting or lying in the public sidewalks during business hours pose a threat to the safety of pedestrians, especially the elderly, disabled, vision impaired, and children. They deter residents and visitors from patronizing local shops, restaurants, and businesses, and deter people from using the sidewalks in their neighborhood. Next slide, please. This can create a cycle. People don't use the pedestrian rights of way. They don't patronize businesses. the businesses don't come and people no longer want to use the right of way because there's no businesses to patronize. Next slide, please. When we make rules related to the public right of way and that affect the neediest of our residents, it's important to address it in a trauma-informed approach. It's also important to accomplish whatever the city's objectives are in a manner that preserves the dignity and safety of all residents. Exhaust alternative models to promote compliance. Next slide, please. So the ordinance is introduced at the last council meeting and reintroduced today, or set forth for adoption today, has some blanket prohibitions. These blanket prohibitions include sitting, lying, or placing personal property or erecting a tent or structure on a public right of way in such a manner that impedes ADA passage within 10 feet of a loading dock or driveway, within 5 feet of the entrance, exit, or designated emergency egress pathway of a building, within 5 feet of a fire hydrant or fire plug, in a manner that impedes activity subject to a city permit, or anywhere within the public right of way between the hours of 7 a.m. or 11 p.m. And finally, in any manner that impedes vehicular or bicycle traffic on roads or paths dedicated to those vehicles. Next slide, please. There are other sorts of prohibitions available. The council can designate certain sensitive areas. These areas would be signed. These areas could include public buildings, schools, daycare centers, public parks, recreation centers, or public libraries. These could also include overpasses, underpasses, tunnels, bridges, pedestrian bridges, washes, or spreading grounds. And then the council may make a special designation if it deems that an area that doesn't otherwise qualify poses an ongoing threat to public safety. The prohibition on this last item would be limited to 1 year, and it would require a resolution of the council. Next slide, please. The ordinance specifically dictates what's necessary to remove property, specifically notice requirements that ensure due process. Notice will be given at least 24 hours prior to property being removed. More likely, consistent with current policy, it would be 72 hours, and the heat team would visit even before the 72-hour notice was out there. The property will be stored for 90 days. The notice will state that there will be no fee for the storage of property. The notice will include all the contact information for available housing, shelter, and homeless services. And the notice will be left both before and after removal of the property. Next slide, please. There's a escalating enforcement. No enforcement action will be taken related to this ordinance unless a verbal warning is given. Anyone can avoid being cited under this ordinance if they comply or cooperate after an oral warning. Punishment then escalates depending on the number of times a person has violated within a certain time period, from a $50 fine to a $500 fine and 30 days imprisonment in county jail. The ordinance explicitly allows for community service in lieu of fine. They don't have to prove their economic need. Next slide, please. So the ordinance also adds Title 10, Section 10, Section 1 or Section 1.03, which creates an exemption to Title 10, Section 10, Section 1.01 for the removal of property in the public right of way for people who cannot otherwise obtain shelter. If a person cannot otherwise obtain shelter, removal will have to go through the notice and storage procedures set forth in Section Title 10, Section 9, 2.0. Next slide, please. So the recommendation is slightly different. This is the slide deck from last meeting. We would move to waive the second reading beyond the ordinance and move to adopt the ordinance.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take public comment, 2 minutes per person. Come on up. All are welcome.
My name's Loretto Quevedo de Mandal, longtime Milpitas resident. Good evening, everyone. And I'm also a homeless advocate, as well as the founder and organizer of Loretto Kitties Brigade Silicon Valley. I'm also in the leadership team of the Coalition for the In-House in Silicon Valley. And I helped out with Hope for the In-House here in Milpitas, but I help out everywhere. So I think personally, and as an advocate, I think that this is very restrictive. It's targeting the in-house in Milpitas. And so, although I know that in the end you have an exception over there, I think that since the staff report indicated that this was due to a letter that was received by the City Council from the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, was the Law Foundation also consulted with the wordings of this possible ordinance or resolution? And also with this past muster, when challenged, if it will be challenged by the ACLU, I am afraid that if things happen, that the city will be subjected to unnecessary litigation or challenges to this, as well as indicating that there is no cost regarding this ordinance, and yet there is cost to city time, to staff time and MPD time, although there's no storage fee to be involved, collected, but where will they be stored? Is it going to be a private one that you have to pay? The city has to pay? So really, is this really a no cost ordinance? And also, I'm very concerned, like I said, regarding is this a possible violation of any constitutional amendments or stuff like that? Thank you.
All right, next up, come on up, folks. We have Allison Mcdonald.
Good evening again. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I have a lot of concerns, but two that I want to bring to your attention. One is that it's talking about prohibition of sitting, lying, or sleeping, or storing or using or maintaining or placing personal property on areas, sensitive use areas. It includes, I want to point out, public parks. So, and then also, sidewalks, right of ways. I want to ask if this is going to be equally enforced. My neighbor who stores soccer goals against the fence on the Hetch Hetchy right of way near my house, is he going to be cited? Is my neighbor who has a basketball hoop stand that partly impedes the sidewalk near my house going to be charged? Are the people who come to Sandalwood Park and put a blanket down to have a picnic or to hang out with their kids, or the kids who come in after school from the high school and hang out there, they sit, they are placing private property in public places. Are they going to be cited as we anticipate this is directed towards the unhoused? My second question is about, I've lost my train of thought, but I'm very concerned about the, the heat team was said to be coming out to talk to someone first.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. You're wonderful. You're great. Thank you.
For that
We appreciate you being here. You're awesome. Keep up the great work. I want to remind folks that park rules are posted at the park. All right. Thank you. Next up, any further comments? 2 minutes. Let's respect the other people's time. Mr. Montemayor.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Yeah, it's a courage also to show the petition to wake up the authority. But if you do it stubbornly, sarcastically, then it may be too much. Now I've seen on that there's no punishment anyway. We care for everybody. We're not. There's no trapping. We're not bringing them to prison. So we are good. The government is good. In other words, the violators, or let's say mention homeless, should not be stubborn also. They should cooperate also. Like I know examples. I've seen some. I've seen in San Jose, there's no shelter, so they are under the bridge, and it's survival. But anyway, as far as I can see, those statements just a while ago, no punishment, no other things that degrade those people who, in a way of a petition, in a way of homelessness, then the government for me is okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see other requests. Anybody else in the chamber before we go to this cloud? Before we go to the cloud, okay, that's public comment from the chamber. Let's go to the Zoom. We have with the virtual raised hand, Yoli Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have been a resident since 1971, and I'm a member of the Hope for the Unhoused team and an advocate for our Milpitas unhoused. I believe that this ordinance would criminalize our most vulnerable residents, the unhoused and homeless. I don't believe the ordinance is necessary when there has been this type of behavior within the city, which I believe is minimum. Our Milpitas Police Department are usually called, and they are great at taking care of it. They will also reach out to Hope for the Unhoused, us, and the HEAT team for additional help. I would like to ask that Ordinance 228 not be approved or adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay, seeing no further virtual raised hands on the Zoom. And I don't see anybody coming up here in the chamber, but we thank you for being here tonight. Great seeing you. Okay, here we go, virtual raised hand. We got Tom Valor. Welcome, Tom.
Yes, good evening. In my opinion, this ordinance is overly restrictive. If it were just limited to streets and sidewalks and public right-of-way, which is the nomenclature that's typically used to describe it, I would say I would have no problem with it. But it goes well beyond that point. And if we were as diligent about finding alternatives to the kind of locations that unhoused individuals have to resort to when they become unhoused, then maybe this whole issue would become a moot point. But it's because we don't have alternatives that we have an issue. And so to unnecessarily restrict and go well beyond public right-of-way, I think is in effect criminalizing the unhoused situation, which I believe is not lawful. Thank you for your time.
A very sweet voice. Thank you, Tom. Okay, let's continue on. We'll get your microphone here. I don't know. 1 sec. We'll give you your time. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, go.
Barbara Jo Navarro. As you know, I was on the homelessness task force, very difficult task force that I attended. We made a recommendation for safe parking and having an area where unhoused could be placed and be safe and it be controlled, have bathrooms, garbage pickup. And I believe that I'm hearing that the city is pursuing that, but it's going rather slow.
It's on the agenda tonight.
Okay, so let's hope that there'll be some funds and something
$1.5
in
million.
that arena. And then when these folks are asked to leave certain areas, they'll have some place to go local. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. You got me excited, you know. That is on the agenda tonight. Let's see here. Item number 22. Yep. It's your night. It really is. You're like one of the best citizens in Milpitas. Thank you. Okay. Let's keep it going here. I think that's it for the comments. Oh, here we go. Virtual raised hand. We have Robert Means.
Well, yes, thank you for the time. I know we're trying to treat a symptom here rather than going after the cause of homelessness and so many unhoused people in our community. But I guess I'm wondering what's being done to actually help people in this situation. Why haven't we funded safe camping and parking before doing this part, or at least in connection with it? Is there, I mean, if it were up to me, I would really be looking at providing more housing in this community. Looking at the housing element numbers, it's not looking like we're doing a very good job of providing low affordable housing. So, you know, if you're trying to punish people for being homeless, this sounds like a good measure, but let's have it balanced with what we can do to help their situation. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, great. Thanks for being with us here tonight, folks, on Zoom, youtube.com, or Facebook Live, and my personal preference here in person so that we can look at each other face to face. We do have an exciting item tonight, item number 22. And thanks to the work of our homelessness task force members, just tremendous resident leaders, citizens, volunteers, we're going to take some very strong direction tonight. And it will be very well. We have a lot of check boxes. We're just going down the list, checking every box. All right. Well, that's it for public comment for item number 18. Thank you. I honestly thought there would be more comments. I know earlier this year we had a lot of comments outside of City Hall out front overnight, but for some reason I don't hear any thing outside of City Hall tonight. So let's focus on the item. Let's see here. I will keep it short. I think a lot of things were ironed out the last time this item came to the council for the first reading. But I continue to go into the community and listen to the voices of our residents, other community members, businesses, and I take every opportunity as your mayor at every city council meeting to produce for our community. And I feel that's what we're doing tonight. There's a lot of hard decisions being in this role. I give kudos to anybody that wants to volunteer to have a chance to be here. But, you know, I feel that the only way we can make hard decisions is to get out into the community and hear as much feedback as possible. So I've done that. And I think there's a resounding discussion happening in town, and our residents will continue to make their voices heard. over the next month, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're going to make their voices heard loud and clear. Okay, let's see here. We'll go to my colleagues. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for your words. In the last 4 years as being a council member and having a degree in psychology, I have learned the power of human behavior and body language, and I pay very close attention to words. There's a new concern that I have on this, and that actually came from your words a couple of minutes ago. In the United States, we have the freedom to assemble, and we have the freedom to stand up against government when we feel that policies are not going to be for the people. It's in the United States in the Constitution. The oath that we take says we should protect the people at all costs. That includes our right to organize, mobilize, and assemble in public areas. Mayor, it is quite concerning that you stated that there was people outside and overnight, but you don't hear them out there now. Are you referencing the time that myself and other advocates in the community, because I went out to the community and there was a backdoor deal that was happening to strip away basic needs for our most vulnerable to fund a Ferris wheel? And if you are referencing that event, then my new concern is this item is solely to strip the ability for us to organize, assemble against government when we don't believe that government is working for us. City Attorney, I have a new question for you. If a community member or an organization would like to assemble, mobilize and organize, and sleep in a public right-of-way, would those individuals get cited as well if we move this ordinance forward as it is drafted? I just need a yes or no. City Attorney?
I believe that they would not be subject to citation immediately. It would follow the normal enforcement of the ordinance.
What I am hearing you say is yes. They would be part of this ordinance and they would be targeted as well, because it would trigger them getting cited or however it's stated on the ordinance. So I am extremely concerned about that. Democracy in the United States is for all citizens to organize and assemble. It's part of our right. Local jurisdiction does not have the right to take that away from anybody. So what I would like to propose is an amendment to ensure that the organization, the mobilization, the right to assemble is drafted in this ordinance and protected. I don't believe that if somebody wants to protest because government is not using taxpayers' dollars how they should be using, the people have a right to assemble. It's a public space. So I challenge this council. It's no longer, I believe, about a right to have access. And if it is, then I don't see why there should be a problem. And I would like to add that language where the right of assemble is not included in this. If a group is organizing and assembling in order to cause attention because government is not doing their job and bringing common sense to policy, they have a right to organize. If there's a Hilton or if there is a hotel coming up, a group has a right to assemble and organize in front of that project. If this passes, then those individuals would also get cited. I'm not okay with that. That is stripping the freedom that the United States of America gives every citizen. And thank you very much, Mayor, for your words. Because today you are putting a war against our constitutional freedom to assemble. Wow. That is our constitutional freedom. Civil movements have happened. You want to strip that away from the people that we serve. And this is not about the unhoused folks. This is about making sure that the mayor controls advocacy. He doesn't want community members to assemble. And if that's not true, then I don't see why there should be an issue with putting and protecting the right to assemble in this ordinance. People who are assembling, organizing, and mobilizing should have the freedoms that the United States of America gives them. They should be able to do that without the fear of getting criminalized for speaking up for their right. And so I do hope that this council moves in that direction. If the freedom of people is not included in this, I cannot support it. This is a war against the US Constitution of the United States and the freedoms that it gives the citizens of this city to assemble and organize when the government is not doing their job. Thank you very much for your time.
That's one heck of a psychology education. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have a question to city manager or city attorney. We do have the process to legally assemble and organize, because I remember you have to get a permit. Is that true?
I think it depends on the size of the assembly.
Meaning?
I don't know the sizes off the top of my head.
But we do have that process in order to legally assemble safely and organize orderly in any, as long as it's safe and it's, there are some guidelines. I know that.
I don't think we're in support of shutting down the freeway or any public right of way. Carry on.
Is somebody else can answer my question?
Councilmember Chua, yes. For City Hall and city space, such as the Veterans Memorial Plaza, that area is an area of free speech, and that's an area that can be assembled. We don't provide support, so a permit's not required for that, for folks that come in and assemble. And there may be a large number trigger for an event, but for the most part, the smaller events that we've seen out there without staff support, electrical support, those kinds of things, the utilities are allowed and permitted and do occur.
Yes, because I've seen just the last couple of months, we do have a small group of people assembled and expressing their ideas and opinions. And in no way this ordinance is going to prevent that or disallow it. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you both. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, if there's any activity near a public right of way, maybe a sidewalk, well, maybe let the disabled person get through. Maybe let the senior citizen, like my grandmother who has a walker, and a wheelchair pushed by my mother. Let them get through the public right of way. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much. I want to go back to the statement made by Councilmember Chua, with all due respect. I've been advocating for over 14 years with organizations. The right to access public right-of-way is anywhere from a sidewalk to a street to large organizations, marches like the ones we have seen. What this does, let's say the Quinta, was up, because that was a big, and let's say everybody, instead of coming here, they wanted to go and protest and sleep outside in the sidewalk to protest the development of the hotel. They would get cited under this. If we pass this today, the city attorney stated earlier, it would start the process. That is stripping away the rights to assemble of our citizens. That's democracy. We do not have a right to strip away democracy from citizens in Milpitas. We don't have a right, and I will challenge every statement, because what the city attorney has just said is the right to organize should never need a permit. You don't need a permit. Right now, I could go outside on the sidewalk with 2 to 3 people and say, I am not in agreement with whatever the city of Milpitas is doing. I could sit down there with a sign and I would not get cited, because we don't have this ordinance. If this passes today, tomorrow, yeah, of course, you said we've done it in the past. Yeah, we didn't have this ordinance before. We pass it today, tomorrow, I can't sit on that sidewalk with the sign. We cannot shut down the voices and the freedoms that our founding fathers on that wall have fought for so long. So it would trigger. So the first time, maybe I wouldn't get cited. Probably the police department, that would be a very interesting confrontation. They would come and say, you can't sit here with the sign. The next time, however this isn't being enforced, because I have questions on that as well, then eventually I would get cited and criminalized for exercising my right to organize and my freedom as a citizen to state.
Point of inquiry. Let's go to our city attorney. I'm hearing comments from the council member about either sitting or standing in a public right of way. Point of inquiry, if we may go to the city attorney.
Just to let you know, and I'm going to kindly remind you, Mayor Rich Chan, the gavel should not be used for point of inquiry.
Point of order. Let's go to the city attorney. Thank you very much.
I believe that the point of order is asking about assembly. Nothing in the ordinance would present the assembling in any public right of way. It would simply present sitting or lying.
Right, but if I'm assembling and if I have a sign, what this ordinance says is I can't block a public right of way. So if I have a sign and I'm sitting there organizing against something the government is doing, if I do it 2 or 3 times, would I get cited for blocking the public right of way? That's my question.
So if you're violating the ordinance, there is a potential that you would get cited. However, it would not prevent the assembly of people.
It would not prevent it, but I would get cited for it.
You would not get cited for assembling or blocking a sidewalk.
But the ordinance before us today is to make sure that it's not blocked. So if I block it, yes, Mayor, can I assist you?
I want to remind folks of the National Day of Prayer. Our Milpitas pastors led hundreds of people. Vice Mayor, you were right there. We led hundreds of people through the sidewalks of Milpitas. We went over to Hillview Court, and we don't think this ordinance or this item tonight will criminalize all the worshipers at next year's National Day of Prayer. Carry on.
Thank you for that statement. I'm not too sure how relevant it is. However, thanks for that example, because they're walking. But if our faith-based community decided to sit down and tent out in order to do a vigil or a prayer, then that is blocking the right of way, and that would trigger this ordinance to start. That could eventually lead to citations. It may not block me from doing it, but I could find myself in a place where I'm paying a citation of $500 or even going to jail. That is stripping away the freedoms of organization and organizing and mobilizing and assembly. And so, Mayor, since you keep stating that it won't do that, then why don't you just include it in there and write it to protect the freedom to organize, mobilize, and assemble? This would not trigger that. If somebody wants to block a sidewalk, which they could do today, they could sit down. They could sit down right now and not get cited and not get criminalized for exercising. Are you okay?
I'm sorry, I'm not looking at you. I'm not looking at you. Yeah.
Are you okay?
I'm looking at Councilmember Chua.
No, I'm asking you, are you okay?
I'll take over the conversation. Thank you. So, we appreciate your degree in psychology. I do. I really do appreciate it. But, the last time we had a discussion on this agenda item, you were woefully incorrect about the DA's involvement with any potential consequence to any person under this item. I think we spent like 15 minutes and we sat there and we listened. And then after the meeting, I went home and I watched the video again, and it's on youtube.com, folks. And it's like, your legal expertise, I'm not sure, but I appreciate your opinions. It's just, there's no faith in some of the things that you're discussing right now, and you're making some legal arguments, and I'm not sure what I'm listening to, but I will say this, if you have any ideas moving forward, just bring them back to the council, future agenda item, and we'll take a look. But I think what you're proposing, I'm not ready for it tonight. I am a proud American. God bless America. But some of the reference you made earlier, I don't think we should compare anything to war. There's people in Ukraine right now that are actually at war, and they're Americans that have served. And all these comparisons, war, and some of the other language you use in the Milpitas post, which is very disrespectful to some of the community members that we have here. I can't stand by it. So I appreciate your comments. I don't really have any information. I can't really respond to what you're saying. I'm trying though.
That's okay, Mayor. Thank you so much. Actually, your statements proved my point. And, I think we all have our own perspective and our own experiences. And actually, my voice is of the community. And so I also got a lot of feedback. And, the challenges that we see here is that, unfortunately, the perspectives of each council member is very different based on their experience. So if you can't grasp the knowledge and the understanding, that's okay. That's you, right? So, and I respect your thought process and your ability to process that information. My responsibility is just to make sure that we understand. Absolutely, I respect those folks that went to war, and that is why I am saying what I'm saying. A lot of people have sacrificed their lives so we could have the freedom of the U.S. Constitution, which includes the freedom to assemble. And so for me, that's something that is very personal because it's very important to our community. It's our democracy. And when I ever see that democracy is being stripped and history may be repeating itself, I am going to say something. And, it's okay. It's okay to agree to disagree. Thank you very much for sharing that you will not honor my request to protect the freedom to assemble in this. And definitely, I am extremely concerned about the long-term consequences that it will have on individuals who may be not agreeing with me or with you or anybody else. And I think that it's really important for us to just be respectful. And so thank you very much for your opinion. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and conclude my remarks because I think the community has seen enough. And yeah, absolutely, I will not be supporting this because it strips the rights of citizens to assemble. And that is, in my perspective, followed by facts that have been shared by our staff. And so I do not feel comfortable enough to move forward a policy that is going to strip the freedoms away from citizens in a way where it's going to shut down their ability to disagree with their local government officials. Thank you very much.
Yeah, everybody wake up now. Yeah. Councilmember Dominguez is lacking common sense. For example, across the street from City Hall is DaVita. My mother has diabetes. And if she's trying to go to DaVita to get treatment, she's walking, someone's blocking the sidewalk, the public right of way during business hours. This item says 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. at night. And so DaVita is open during those hours. If a person is trying to get their diabetes treatment and they just get off the bus stop outside the dental office across from City Hall and they're walking and there's something that's tremendously blocking the public right of way, then yes, I think those people should have some enforcement to get out of the way. Because if someone has to get into the boulevard, people are already flying outside of El Torito, and we see accidents there all the time. Then this is what this item is for. And if that's asking too much, then I don't know what more to say. It's easy to make a political argument about our constitutional rights, but come on, folks. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So for some reason now this conversation has gone to an assemble, the right for people to assemble. But really, this is really about the right for people to, let's see, here it says, whereas it is the obligation of the city to keep its public rights of way clean, available for public use, and to protect the public health, safety, and access of all people. And whereas the city should seek to accomplish the aforementioned objectives in a manner that preserves the dignity and safety of all residents and exhausts alternative models to promote compliance. And so going back to some of the language in this ordinance, when we are talking about assembly, there is a one in there says there are prohibitions in this section that do not apply. For example, it says the prohibitions in section shall not apply to any person sitting or lying down on a public sidewalk due to a medical emergency, using a wheelchair, walker, or similar device as the result of a disability, operating or patronizing a commercial establishment conducted on the public sidewalk pursuant to a sidewalk use permit. But the most important one is that I was able to hone in on is participating in or attending a parade, festival, performance, rally, demonstration, meeting, or similar event conducted on the public sidewalk pursuant to and in compliance with a street use or other applicable permit. So people do have a right to assemble. People do have a right to conduct a parade or some kind of, they want to do a protest. This is one of the prohibitions in this ordinance. And the whole purpose of this ordinance is so there will not be any obstruction of the right of way. That's the whole purpose of it. And I know we didn't have one before, so maybe this is the beginning, and it can be tweaked. So just wanted to make those comments on this. That's it. Thank you.
That's in the agenda report, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay. Any further comment from the council? I'm happy to discuss through this a little bit tonight. I know that many questions were answered or heard last time, and I'm always happy to have a healthy argumentation occur. Okay. Let's go to the vote. I see no further requests. I'll move to waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number 228.1 for all the folks across town who are keeping track. And I'll move to approve item number 18 in its entirety as stated on the city council agenda tonight. And we'll go to, actually, I need a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Chua. All in favor. This one's going out to the community. Very hard decision, but stick with us for item number 22. I think that's something you might be interested in. That's a second from Councilmember Chua. We'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
No.
Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
Vice Mayor Montano. And myself is a yes, thank you. And item number 18 has been approved. Thank you very much. Stay with us. Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we're going to item number 22 later. But let's go to item number 21. Sixth cycle draft housing element 23 to 31. We'll go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Good evening again, Mayor and Council members. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. So we're really excited to be here today to discuss a very important topic with you, the city's housing element. We last discussed this with the full council on June 7th, and since then we have conducted an extensive stakeholder engagement process, the result of which we will be sharing with you today. The draft housing element is currently in the 30-day public review period, which will close by the end of this month. And today our team will cover the preliminary goals, policies, and programs from this draft housing element, and also review a sites inventory list along with our RENA numbers. We will also be presenting the results of our fair housing assessment. Based on the extensive stakeholder engagement to date, we did not organize full translation services for tonight's item. However, we did hear late last week that there may be some residents from Sunny Hills that would like to provide public comment and may need some assistance with Vietnamese translation. So in anticipation of that, we did arrange for live interpretation services in Vietnamese during public comment. As you know, some of these residents already spoke during public forum, but we do still have the interpreters attending virtually, and they'll be able to translate both in-person and virtual comments, and we will adjust the timer to account for the translation. We'll do the same for any member of the public who brings their own translator for Vietnamese or any other language. And before we begin public comment for this item, Mayor, if we could have the interpreter provide instructions to both the in-person and virtual attendees, that would be great. So with that, I will hand it over to Alex Andrade, our Economic Development Director, and also interim overseer of the housing team, to introduce the team for the housing element and to get us started on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Montano, and City Council members once again. In the past month, the housing team has been active in community engagement activities, including a housing subcommittee meeting, a planning commission meeting, community workshop number 3, and a pop-up event at the farmers market just this past Sunday. I'm going to provide a brief overview of recent community engagement activities and introduce the housing element team in just a bit. Staff and Ramey and Associates received initial comments on the draft housing elements, goals, policies, and program at the housing subcommittee meeting on August 22nd. The subcommittee, led by council members Fan and Chua, expressed support for various programs and initiatives, such as strengthening relationships with public agencies to obtain funding for low-income housing developments, rezoning land for housing, exploring options for middle-income housing, increasing ADU development, and receiving a pro-housing designation through HCD. On August 31st, the Planning Commission also received a presentation on the draft housing element. Staff responded to questions on how the housing element will be implemented and how it will guide future actions to address the city's existing and future housing needs. Just last week, September 13th, the housing team hosted the third community workshop. The workshop was held virtually and live interpretation was offered in 3 different languages, which included Vietnamese, Mandarin, and Spanish. 48 people attended the workshop, including residents, business owners, visitors, and housing advocates. The workshop format was a virtual open house where people visited different rooms to provide feedback on the sites inventory and housing programs. Tonight, we're joined by various housing element team members. They include Hanson Hom. He's the city's Senior Special Projects Associate. Eric Yurkovic, who's the principal with consultant Ramey & Associates. And Thomas Silverstein, who is the attorney with Fair Housing and Community Development Project Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. So with that, I am going to have Eric start the presentation. I'm handing it off to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. It's a really exciting time to be here tonight to talk about the public draft of the housing element. As Alex said, my name is Eric Yurkovic. I'm a principal at Ramey & Associates. We're the lead consultants on the housing element team, but we're working with a talented group, including Veronica Tam & Associates, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, and Rincon Consultants as well. And I'm joined by my colleague tonight, Thomas Silverstein from the Lawyers Committee, who will be sharing the presentation duties with me. Next slide. So on the screen tonight is really our roadmap. I'll walk through the plan organization very quickly. I'll talk about the housing element goals and programs and the site's inventory, and then I'll hand it over to Thomas to talk about the fair housing assessment. I'll close with sort of a summary of what we've heard to date, some of those engagement activities that Alex just laid out, the next steps in the process, and then upcoming ways to engage in the process. Next slide. So the housing element is required by the state of California. It must be updated every 8 years and must be certified by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And so, as you all know, we're in the 5th cycle currently, moving into the 6th cycle, and we released the 6th cycle public draft for comment in August 30th, and the comment period will close on September 30th. Next slide. So the housing element was really organized into sort of 5 distinct chapters. The first really describes the relationship between the housing element and the general plan. Our conversation really highlights the variety of community engagement activities and what we heard through the community engagement process. Our story highlights our past accomplishments, profiles the demographic and socioeconomic characteristics of the community, and describes some of those existing constraints to housing within the city. Our future housing needs really details the regional housing needs allocation, which is really a cornerstone of the housing element and shows the adequate sites to meet that RHNA number. And then our housing plan provides those sort of goals, policies, and implementation programs to really help achieve the city's vision for housing. Next slide, please. So throughout the process, our team conducted a really extensive technical analysis about housing needs, constraints, opportunities, and much, much more. This analysis, along with what we heard through the community engagement process, really lays the foundation for the continuation and enhancement of the city's housing programs. And that technical work and a summary of all that community engagement is included in these 7 technical appendices. Many of those key findings are summarized in the housing element itself as well. Next slide. And so on the screen now are those 6 cycle housing element goals. And so, as you all know, the goals are really intended to describe the end state or where we want to be in the future. And like the 5th cycle, the goals cover housing sites and production, existing housing resources, housing diversity, fair housing, and sustainability and conservation. They also cover a handful of new topics like special needs population, the unhoused population, and implementation capacity. And like other general plan elements, the 6 cycle goals include a series of housing policies to guide future decision making. So we're not going to do a deep dive into the goals and policies today. Rather, we're going to focus on the housing programs or the activities that city staff will take on over the next 8 years to support the city's vision for housing. And the next 5 slides will go into those 24 programs in more detail. Next slide. So the first 5 programs really continue to maintain adequate sites, reduce barriers to housing production, support housing preservation, and create a diversity of housing in the city. So programs 1 and 2 are new programs. These programs really monitor the site's inventory, make sure there are adequate sites available for housing over the entire 8-year period. This may require replenishing sites in the future if sites are redeveloped. And if sites are redeveloped with existing affordable housing on them, then those sites are replaced in the housing element site inventory. Program 3 continues and expands the city's activities to help property owners with lot consolidation through development of zoning code incentives. Program 4 continues the city's programs for ADU construction, legalization, and financing. This includes things like the city's ADU toolkit, website, outreach, and education. And Program 5 really continues to enhance neighborhood conditions through code enforcement activities. This is coupled with the city's programs to help income-eligible households with repair assistance and to offer relocation assistance and if they're displaced by those code enforcement activities. Next slide. These programs continue to support housing preservation, fair housing, and special needs populations in the city. So programs 6 and 10 really continue to provide safety, accessibility, and mobility repairs to mobile and single-family homes owned by low and low-income households, and rehabilitate and replace infrastructure in older neighborhoods. So the city will continue working with Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley or a similar organization that you heard a little bit about from Alex earlier while talking about the CAPER, to assist those income-eligible households to undertake repairs on their homes. And likewise, the city has a number of capital improvements already on the books to benefit older neighborhoods in the city. These include things like transportation, infrastructure, and park and rec types of projects. Programs 7 and 8 continue to provide fair housing outreach and assistance, landlord and tenant mediation services, and similar. The city currently, as you know, works with Project Sentinel to provide those services, and will continue to expand the reach of those programs through better online engagement and the targeting of those services in lower resource neighborhoods. And then relatedly, Program 9 will continue to support low-income families through the implementation of the California Tenant Protection Act. The city would, in the future, evaluate additional tenant protections. Next slide. These programs continue to support housing preservation, removal of barriers to housing, and supporting housing diversity in the city. So programs 11 and 13 preserve affordable housing. Program 11 really continues to work to preserve at-risk housing like the Sunny Hills Apartments. And Program 13 really continues the implementation of the city's mobile home rent control ordinance. And this ordinance really seeks to preserve the affordability of those mobile home park spaces within the community. Program 12 expands the monitoring enforcement efforts on short-term rentals to minimize the impacts on the availability of permanently affordable housing in the city. And Program 14 continues to utilize the services of Project Sentinel or a similar organization to administer the rent review ordinance. And this ordinance really helps tenants and landlords resolve rent increase disputes, prohibits discrimination based on a tenant's source of income, and prohibits landlord retaliation. Program 15 is the Housing Opportunity Zone project and program, which you know about and is currently underway. And this program is currently evaluating opportunities to incentivize affordable housing and workforce housing for groups like teachers in the city. Next slide. These related programs continue to support housing production and diversity, seeking to continue facilitating affordable housing in Milpitas. So programs 17 and 18 are the implementation of the city's affordable housing ordinance and the non-residential affordable housing impact fee programs. So these ordinances would need to be regularly reviewed and updated to ensure their continued success. Program 19 facilitates low and moderate income households to be first-time home buyers. This existing program includes things like financial assistance with expanded resources and outreach to lower income households. And Program 20 calls for the adoption and implementation of the Metro and Gateway Main Street specific plan. These plans really call for an increased opportunities for diverse residential and mixed-use development with incentives for zoning. Next slide, please. And these related programs really continue to support adequate sites, housing production, and special needs populations in the city. So Program 21 provides a comprehensive list of zoning code amendments to comply with the latest state laws and remove barriers to residential development. These amendments include things like the adoption of the objective design standards and amendments to things like emergency shelters and low barrier navigation centers, among others. Program 22 is a new program to work with the Santa Clara Office of Supportive Housing and the County Housing Authority to increase the availability of permanent supportive housing in the city. So those actions include collaboration with the county, identification of potential sites, extensive community engagement, and then identifying sources of funding. Program 23 studies and identifies possible zoning incentives such as expedited processing or density bonuses for multifamily developments that include units that have 3 or more bedrooms to allow those families to continue to live in Milpitas. And finally, Program 24 really helps to facilitate smaller scale multifamily and workforce housing in lower density residential neighborhoods across the city. Next slide. So a cornerstone of the housing element is the regional housing needs allocation in the city sites inventory. And as the state really forecasts those regional housing needs, or the RHNA for short, the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, then distributes the RHNA across the entire region. It's the city's responsibility through the housing element to identify sites to accommodate the RHNA, and then an additional buffer for low and very low income housing. And so for the 6th cycle housing element, the RHNA for Milpitas is 6,700 housing units. As you can see here, it's about a 200% or double increase on the 5th cycle RHNA. And this is really due to changes that require not only consideration of future housing needs, but also for existing unmet needs in the community and region. Next slide. So to complete the site's inventory, we went through sort of a multi-step process with city staff to ensure that we have adequate sites to meet the RHNA. And so on the screen now is that site's inventory. The first thing we do is identify those likely sites or credits. So those include things like pipeline development projects, as well as a projection of future accessory dwelling units. So the parcels shown in red are those pipeline projects. We also have ADUs, which are currently not mapped, but calculated using the average number of permitted units over the last 3 years in the city. And we'd expect those to be distributed throughout the community. Next, we calculated the remaining RHNA by subtracting the credits from the total RHNA. And then we start to identify additional potential opportunity sites based on criteria like parcel size, ownership, vacancy, underutilized properties, and known developer interest. We have in orange what we call these opportunity sites. And finally, we have a third category of sites on the map, which are those rezone sites. So these include potential housing opportunity sites that are candidates for redevelopment, but that require rezoning to allow residential uses. So as you can see from the map at this scale, that most of the sites are located in the Metro and Gateway Main Street specific plan areas, really consistent with that vision, land use vision from the general plan. And then remember, one final note is that this is really an exercise to help demonstrate capacity and does not obligate any owner to develop housing on their parcel. Next slide. So here's a zoomed in map of the northern portion of the city. If you couldn't tell from the tiny map on the previous screen, this will give you a better sense of where those sites are in the city. You can see some sites along Dixon Landing Road and California Circle, as well as along Calaveras Boulevard. Next slide. And then here is a zoom in of the southern half of Milpitas. And as you can see here, really most of the sites are located in the Metro Plan area and the Gateway Main Street specific plan areas overall. Slide. And so here's that summary table where we actually compare and add up all of those numbers. So on the top row, we have the RHNA by income level, and that's in orange. We list the potential ADUs and pipeline projects, and those again are the credits. And we subtract those from the RHNA to arrive at the what we call the remaining RENA. And so with the remaining RENA, we need to accommodate 4,272 additional units. With opportunity sites and rezone sites, we have about 7,032 units, which is a surplus of over 2,760 units over that remaining RENA. Now, it's important that HD wants us to have a buffer of 15 to 30% on those very low and low income units. So when we combine those two, we have a surplus of about 449 units, or a 21% buffer for those low and very low income sites. So in sum, the site's inventory really accommodates the required RENA and that low income buffer. And so with that long and detailed summary, I'm going to pass it along to Thomas to talk about the fair housing assessment. Thomas?
Thank you, Eric, and thank you to the mayor, vice mayor, and members of council. My name is Thomas Silverstein, and I am the Associate Director of the Fair Housing and Community Development Project at the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law in Washington, D.C. And yes, that means I'm speaking to you from Wednesday, September 21st at 1 a.m. So if I yawn at some point, my apologies, but we have some really, I think, interesting and exciting information from our assessment to share. Can we move to the next slide, please?
We're happy to have you here.
So first, I wanted to provide a little bit of historical background for why there is an assessment of fair housing component in the housing element. For those of you who have gone through the housing element process before, back in 2014, 2015, you may not recall there being an assessment of fair housing component, and that's because there wasn't one. But the city of Milpitas has had a duty to affirmatively further fair housing and is engaged in fair housing planning activities for many years. It's just been that it has done so because of its status as a grantee of funds from HUD, particularly through the Community Development Block Grant Program, which was discussed earlier in relation to the CAPER. So back in 1968, Congress passed the Fair Housing Act, and in that law, they included a duty that they placed on the federal government to affirmatively further fair housing. And by that, they meant that government, because it had played a role in perpetuating housing discrimination before the passage of the Fair Housing Act, had to do more than just stop discriminating. It actually had to take proactive steps to dismantle the structures of segregation that it had created. Relatively shortly thereafter, in 1974, Congress followed up by passing the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974. This was actually the law that created the Cdbg program. And when Congress did that, they included a certification requirement in that law that said if you're applying for Cdbg funds from HUD as a local government or as a state, you have to say that you are going to affirmatively further fair housing. For the next couple of decades, HUD didn't really tell local governments like that of Milpitas what they had to do in order to show that their certification was valid and that they were affirmatively furthering fair housing. But in 1995, during the Clinton administration, HUD passed a regulation that created something called the Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice. And this is essentially the first fair housing planning requirement that the city of Milpitas would have been subject to. Some of you may have been around in 2016 when the city last did an analysis of impediments to fair housing choice with support from Project Sentinel. But the requirements for the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice were pretty bare bones. And the federal government, as after a report from the Government Accountability Office, determined that more clarity about what HUD expected local governments to do to affirmatively further fair housing was needed. So in 2015, the Obama administration issued a rule that created something called the Assessment of Fair Housing. And that really is the genesis of what we have included in the housing element today, and had a more robust and rigorous set of sort of content and data and participation requirements sort of backing it up. Once the 2016 election had occurred, a lot of folks around the country, but including in California, sensed that the writing might be on the wall for this affirmatively furthering fair housing regulation and the assessment of fair housing requirement. And indeed, in 2018, the Trump administration and then Secretary of HUD, Ben Carson, suspended the implementation of that rule California, however, passed a bill, AB 686, that said for the next housing element cycle going forward, the housing element will have to include an assessment of fair housing. And that is why we are where we are today. More recently, towards the very end of the Trump administration, the 2015 regulation was repealed entirely. And in June of last year, the Biden administration restored some aspects of the 2015 regulation, but not for the time being, the requirement to do a fair housing plan, although they have said that they are looking to engage in rulemaking along those lines in the near future. And I think we expect to see a proposed rule to restore a federal fair housing planning requirement before the end of this year. Can we move on to the next slide? So what does the assessment of fair housing actually look at? So there are sort of 7 key topics that are assessed in the assessment of fair housing. 6 of these are drawn directly from that 2015 federal rule, from the HUD rule. And one was added by the California legislature when it passed AB 686 in 2018. So coming directly from HUD, you have segregation and integration, racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty, disproportionate housing needs, disparities in access to opportunity, fair housing enforcement and patterns of discrimination, and issues that are specific to housing issues experienced by persons with disabilities or residents of subsidized housing. AB 686 specifically called out displacement as another issue that needed to be analyzed in an in-depth and focused way. And across these different topics, the aspiration of the assessment of fair housing is to look at the range of issues affecting people along the lines of several different protected characteristics under the Fair Housing Act and the California Fair Employment and Housing Act. So race, color, national origin, sex, religion, disability status, familial status, being protected characteristics under federal law. Under state law, you have source of income, sexual orientation, gender identity, and many other characteristics. I will say, for background, the analysis does not go into equal depth on all of these different protected characteristics. That is in part because there is much more available data for the housing barriers that people face based on some of these factors rather than others. So for instance, for issues of access to housing based on race, there is quite a bit of data that's available. For data on access to housing based on gender identity, that is just simply something where there's not the sort of level of data from the Census Bureau and the American Community Survey to go into as much depth. Can we move to the next slide? So those are the topics. That's sort of the range of substantive considerations that we look at in the assessment of fair housing. But what do we actually look at in order to figure out what conclusions to draw about patterns of segregation or about disproportionate housing needs? And I should take a step back and say that when we talk about disproportionate housing needs, we're thinking about things like, did members of one particular group disproportionately pay a higher percentage of their income in rent, or are they disproportionately likely to live in overcrowded housing? Are they disproportionately likely to be unhoused? So the first main piece and sort of foundational piece is data and GIS maps, some of which we get from HUD, some from a tool that the California Department of Housing and Community Development has created, and that some that we've developed through our own research, although most frequently drawing from federal data sources. It's also very helpful, particularly in a place like Milpitas in a state like California, where most units of government go above and beyond just administering the federal subsidized housing programs and have their own programs like the city's BMR program. You look at data about how city programs or county programs or county housing authority programs are actually being implemented in practice and the impact that they're having. And then probably most importantly of all, the community input. So I think there's going to be a more detailed description of all of the stakeholder engagement efforts, and some of this has already been previewed. But community engagement remains sort of the North Star that guides our work in preparing an assessment of fair housing. Lastly, there's a more qualitative analysis of policies and practices. So, you know, for instance, in looking at an issue like land use and zoning laws, you know, actually reviewing ordinances, you know, getting in nitty gritty and reviewing, you know, maybe studies or reports that have been done on, you know, patterns of housing discrimination in the region by a group like Project Sentinel or by an agency like the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing. We need to take that step to look at actual policies and practices and try to connect the dots between the existence of policies and practices on the one hand and data about outcomes on the other, oftentimes only being able to draw very tentative conclusions or sort of suggestions of what might be happening, but still sort of essential for figuring out what comes next. Can we move on to the next slide? So what did our analysis actually tell us about Milpitas? So for one thing, what's captured on this slide is—
Let me pause you there. My apologies. We do have a question at this time. We'll go to Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I love this presentation, and I just wanted to kindly ask, just so I could get more information on how information is reported to either HUD or other agencies when we talk about Milpitas. One of the conversations I've been having with stakeholders is not only with health, but with housing. When Milpitas reports out to the state, our city is a one zip code city. So as we go through the presentation, I don't know if that affects the way— I like the map that shows me the high resource areas, the low resource areas. But when we report out, do we report out the map or do we report it out as a one zip code?
So in terms of the way that most of the data is captured in the report, it is that geographic analysis is typically at the census tract level. So census tracts are units of geography that are much smaller than zip codes, and that's really what's underlying the map. So to answer your question, I think generally, yes, we're looking more fine-grained at the neighborhood or even lower, or at an even more fine-grained level than the neighborhood in looking at this. You know, as far as how reporting works, and I will sort of defer to Eric on describing reporting to HCD and to the state. For HUD, you know, at the moment, because HUD's requirements are in flux because of the regulatory changes during the Trump administration and the fact that the Biden administration is in the process of restoring requirements, but isn't all the way there yet. There's not perfect clarity on how reporting will work. However, when the 2015 rule was in place, the CAPER, which we, you know, conveniently were discussing earlier this evening, was the actual reporting mechanism for showing progress towards assessment of fair housing goals. And I think among those who sort of closely observe HUD's sort of policymaking and operations, I think the expectation is that in whatever HUD comes up with next federally, it is likely that the CAPER would once again be the reporting vehicle.
Carry on, Thomas.
Okay. So this is actually my last slide before turning it back to Eric, but I did want to go over just a few of the sort of takeaways from our analysis, as well as to highlight some of the programs that we sort of have currently included in the draft that are intended to be responsive. And as I was beginning to note, this is really just scratching the surface of the analysis. The fair housing analysis is, I think, roughly 160 to 170 pages long, maybe long to a fault, but there's obviously a much greater breadth of data and a much greater breadth of issues that are covered in it than just what you see in these few bullet points. But the first point was that although we see patterns of segregation based on race and ethnicity in the broader region, within its own boundaries, Milpitas is not highly segregated. And that by that, we mean that if you were to look at census tracts or neighborhoods or block groups, however you want to divide up the city geographically, the percentage of residents by race and ethnicity does not vary all that significantly. All of the neighborhoods in the city have majority Asian American and Pacific Islander populations. There are, as the next bullet point shows, some slight differences. There is on the east side of the city, in the southern portion of the North Park Victoria Kennedy Drive neighborhood and the northern portion of the South Park Victoria Drive Yosemite. South Park Victoria Yosemite Drive neighborhood, there is slightly higher Hispanic or Latinx populations than in other neighborhoods. There's also slightly lower income levels down at the census tract and block group level in that portion of the city, although that's not true throughout North Park Victoria and South Park Victoria. These are really subtle differences in comparison to the differences between neighborhoods that you would see in some particularly larger cities within the region, including San Jose right next door. These are sort of smaller or more subtle differences, but to the extent that there are differences in population by race or ethnicity, looking at those fine-grained geographic units within the city, that's a little bit of where you see that. Next, as will come to as a surprise to no one on council, and probably none of the folks in the audience as well, housing costs in the city and the region are extremely high, and have risen significantly in recent years. Groups that have disproportionately low incomes in the region and in the city often face higher levels of housing insecurity because of these high costs, and that includes Hispanic or Latino households, households of Vietnamese ancestry, Black or African American households, and persons with disabilities. And because of the combination of relatively lower income levels proportionally amongst some of these groups, these rising housing costs and their extremely high levels, when we see displacement, which, as I mentioned earlier, California law specifically requires an in-depth look at displacement, these populations are at heightened vulnerability to displacement. So lastly, what programs does the housing element propose to address these challenges? So we have, and this is at the level of what are described as programs within the housing element draft. When you drill down more deeply, there are more specific activities that would implement each of these programs, but we have tenant assistance and fair housing services, fair housing enforcement, outreach and education, and anti-displacement amongst the programs. One last bullet point, which is not a program per se, but I think is actually really important, is that what we've tried to do in refining the programs throughout the housing element is to apply a fair housing lens across all programs. So that means we may have a program where the original intent behind a program may or may not have been specifically to think about a fair housing challenge, but the program presents a vehicle or an opportunity for being intentional about furthering fair housing. So think about home repair for low-income residents as an example. One of the great benefits of home repair can be providing modifications that allow people who have physical disabilities to age in place. So that home repair is sort of a valuable thing to be doing to assist low-income residents more generally, but it actually can have a sort of disability rights dimension to it when you do it with that fair housing lens and you're sort of intentional about thinking about and prioritizing the role of accessibility modifications in a program like that. And with that, I can turn it back over to Eric.
Great job, Thomas.
Hey,
Yeah, we have a
Thomas.
time check here. Time check, folks. Let's move efficiently. We have members of the audience for other agenda items. We want to make sure we get there and allow them the opportunity. Thank you, Thomas. And we'll go to Eric. Let's go.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'll go quickly through the last few slides. But, you know, just to give a recap, we gave you a recap when we met back, I think, in June, and then we did it with the Housing Subcommittee as well. We've done a pretty extensive community engagement process throughout this process. We've been working really closely with city staff to really devise the kind of engagement activities to hear from residents, businesses, housing developers, and other stakeholders as well, really to learn about needs, issues, and opportunities, as well as policy ideas in the city. You can go to the next slide. So during that process, we worked really closely with city staff to offer interpretation and translation support for those community members who needed those. Those included things like bilingual interpretation, Spanish, Vietnamese, and more. And then during this public release process, during August and September, we've done a series of engagement activities. This is just a list of those activities, which Alex went over earlier, which I won't go into in detail now, but I'm going to summarize a little bit about what we heard in those processes. So first, we met back with the Housing Subcommittee back in August and focused really on those initial draft housing element. You can go back to the next slide that you're on. To the initial draft housing element goals and programs and the site's inventory. And so we really covered a large number of housing topics shown here on the screen. We also tabulated those comments and summarized our responses as an attachment to the packet tonight, so you can take a look at those in more detail. Next slide. And so a lot of those comments resulted in revised policy language, new policies, and new programs, which have already been incorporated into the public draft housing element. So just to highlight a few of those things. So we added an action to explore new sustainable sources of funding for preserving affordable and at-risk housing like Sunny Hills, exploring alternative models to home ownership and affordability, and establishing a new missing middle housing program to support sort of incremental infill and workforce housing in existing residential neighborhoods. And those are just a few of the highlights of that. And those, again, a much more extensive list as an appendix for you tonight. Next slide. So we also met with the Planning Commission on August 31st. So it was the first day of the public comment period on the housing element. So we talked a lot about the site's inventory, particularly the hillside neighborhoods, some of the methodologies for calculating sites, and there was a lot of discussion and support for lot consolidation as a program for the city. We also heard public comments from Housing Choices, really focused on housing for persons with developmental disabilities and recommendations for new policies and programs within the housing element. Next slide. And so, as we talked about earlier, there's been a number of community engagement activities and events with the public release of the plan. And this is just a very quick sampling of some of those community conversation tidbits about the public housing draft. And again, you know, some of these ideas are already in the housing element themselves. We could talk about more if you have questions about them, but things like expanding funding sources for city programs was big, especially things like multifamily rehabilitation, you know, leveraging new state and climate and energy programs for building electrification and efficiency, and really looking to monitor and track progress towards the city's achievement of the housing program outlined in the arena. Next slide. And so the public comment period, as I mentioned earlier, ends on September 30th. Afterwards, we'll make changes to the plan based on what we've heard and then submit it to HCD for review. They have 90 days to review it. And once we get their comments back, we'll revise the housing element and bring it back to you for consideration and recommendation. And during this time, we'll also be working on finalizing the appropriate CEQA analysis for the document as well. So next slide. So for community members who are still here, there are 3 ways that you can still provide comments in addition to comments tonight on the housing element. You can go to the project website at milpitashousingelement.com. On the website, you can review and leave comments directly on the housing element. There's a simple survey about priority programs and targeting of those programs in the city. And finally, you can also submit a comment letter to the project team at housing element at ci.milpitas.ca.gov. Next slide. So again, thanks for having us here tonight. We look forward to hearing any feedback that you have on the housing element, and happy to answer any questions that you have. Thanks again.
Awesome. Yeah, we appreciate each of you for being with us here in the virtual City Hall and providing the information through your respective slides. Let's go ahead and go to public comment for item number 21, housing element. First up, we have here on the card, Loretta DeMondo.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Loretta Quevedo Dimandal. I am a longtime Milpitas resident and also a founder and community organizer and unhoused advocate of Laredo Kitties Brigade Silicon Valley. I hope that with this housing element that without the waivers that you're giving to developers, instead of building affordable housing units for them to give any money to the city, I hope you're not using or giving out waivers. I do recall doing research before, and if I recall correctly, that by 2014, the city of Milpitas did not meet the RENA guidelines or allocations. So on tiny homes as well, on the housing element update, I hope that the feasibility study that's stated in there is going to be prioritized so that we can get more housing or a homeless or unhoused research center for the unhoused here in Milpitas. Last year, there were over 200 deaths, unhoused deaths, and some of those were from Milpitas. Just recently, I'm part of the extreme weather county group for service provider network, and there were 6 deaths regarding the extreme heat wave that we have. And I think 2 or 3 of those were also unhoused. So I hope that the city council and the future city council and mayor will be able to give priority in helping the unhoused instead of passing resolutions or ordinances that criminalizes them or to some degree fine them or some sort of negative thing that instead of helping that we should.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Appreciate you. Thank you. Great items tonight. Okay, next up, Allison Mcdonald.
Good evening again. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I would like to address the 3 important goals, I think, in order for us to have enough affordable housing is anti-displacement policies. That's protecting existing housing and assisting people who need to stay in their homes. Another one is policies that encourage and incentivize production of more housing for low-income households. And I think that the plan draft includes some of those things. And then finally, preservation of existing affordable housing. Because if we keep building more, but we let what's existing go by the wayside, we're never going to get ahead of the problem. So specifically, my concern is that there doesn't seem to be a long-term plan to preserve affordability at Sunny Hills. If the owner there decides at any time not to renew the next 5-year HUD contract, whether it's this round or the next round or the round after that, contract vouchers provided will protect individuals for the time that they choose or are able to stay in those homes. Once they're gone, those homes go to market rate. And any funds that we as a city invest there are lost. We will end up with an affordable housing deficit. So please consider adding a policy that will keep those units affordable for the long term, not this short-sighted. Give them some more money this time and he'll sign the contract. And then next time he comes back and asks for more. So I hope you'll consider that. I do have two other comments. One is that the update draft, I believe, is only in English. I know the survey is only in English, and that really doesn't seem right. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you very much. We're doing 2 minutes tonight, folks, for public comment. No problem, sir. You know the drill. All get an equal opportunity. Yes, sir.
Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Yeah, oh, the first slide, I see contingencies. Federal, actually, president, the next president, other president, they have contingencies. And then in Milpitas, I think we're aware that we cannot yet expand. We cannot encroach up to the hill yet, because we had that thing before, law before, or we approved that measure before, that we cannot touch the hill. So in other words, the demand is, or the solution may be to increase upward. So the one we approved a while ago, it may be in line now. In other words, it's good that we approved that one. I'm not saying I'm not pros and cons. However, the measures that the group are trying to make it approved or accepted, the program, the description, status, and the goal, I think it will synchronize to the future problem of the 6th cycle, because it jumped from the 4th cycle, 5th cycle to 6th. We are aware it's really this program now, and the plan now of the 6th cycle housing element. I think we really have to think about it, and we will take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, all are welcome. Okay. I can't imagine how I would do this job if I didn't listen to everybody. And so virtual chamber, anybody, any comments for item number 21? Perhaps we're here for item number 22, but no virtual raised hands. Okay, that's public comment. And we'll go to the council for any comments to be reflected in the next revision of the housing element draft. We'll go to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I serve on the Cities Association for Santa Clara County. And these RENA allocations are from all the cities have complained that they're very unrealistic. They're very high, and many of them have stated that there's just no way that they can fulfill those RENA allocations that submitted is mandated by ABAG or the state. So with that, the city we've been doing pretty good compared to other cities. There are some other cities that haven't really done much for below market rate. So but all the cities, every single city has not really, they have a deficit in the very low income category. And we're part of that as well. And that's where we need to really focus. The other thing I noticed, Eric and Thomas, we contracted with you to do this study, but in this study, I didn't see the school district because the school district, all school districts have a lot of land, and some of that or land that was sold or leased. For example, our school district leases it was once Able Elementary School, which I attended back in the 1960s. It's no longer there, but they have not warehouses, they have businesses. I'm sure what kind of businesses they are. But that area there's potential for more housing. And I'm wondering why the state is not, why are they just putting the burden on the cities they should make a requirement for the school districts that have extra land, that have more space. Even Milpitas Unified School District has Mary Hill Private School. And if you look to the left-hand side, there's a huge parcel of land. But the biggest one is the one behind Denny's. That belongs to the school district, and it goes all the way to Elmwood in that area. But, you know, I think that's something that the state needs to, or ABAG, or they, you know, they should not just look to the cities to do their, it should be more, should be fair and equitable, I mean, so that way we can provide more housing. We're not the only ones that should carry the burden. It should also be the school districts. The other thing I had a question on was the fair, that new component that President Biden put in about fair housing. How do you enforce that? Because when I was looking at this, it's just you're going to have a whole team, and who's going to enforce it? Who's going to implement that? Is it the cities, or is it some other entity? So I'm just wondering how you enforce that fair housing component to it. But overall, this was a good presentation. But like I said, it's some of these cities have been complaining that it's really unrealistic, but we're trying. So, and I know Milpitas they have been doing their due diligence, and we're continuing to do their due diligence. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Montano. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have a question to staff and also to the consultants. Do you have a slide for the site's inventory summary table? It's on page oh, yeah, pages. Anyway, it's on page 6 of the handout. It's a table. It's a site's inventory summary table. It's actually your
slide
projection.
16, I think.
It's your projection on how to achieve the RENA numbers.
Right. I think
slide
for the IT person, I think
17.
it's slide 16.
So,
There.
Oops. Yes, this one. Can you just no more than a minute and a half to 2 minutes? Can you just go over this briefly?
Yeah, absolutely.
The orange one is the RENA numbers, what they're expected of us. And the rest are your projection on how to achieve those numbers. And it's really like there's a surplus. If we do all these things, there's a surplus of about 2,760. So don't go over 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the RENA is the top line. It's the orange line. That's the allocation that was given to you all from the state through ABAG and then distributed across the Bay Area cities. They break that out by income level, each of those units out by income level, and then it sums up to that 6,713 units. First thing we do always is calculate your credits. Your credits are the things that we know are likely to happen, right? So those are your pipeline projects, the things that are moving through the process. And those are an estimate of potential ADUs based on the permitted trend over the last 3 years. So you get to count those as credits towards your RENA. Once we've taken those credits and subtracted them from the RENA, we get the remaining RENA. So that's that second darker orange bar running through the middle. So that's about 4,272 units we have to find in other sites in the city. So we first look at those opportunity sites. So sites that are larger, they're maybe vacant, or they're underutilized, or we know that there's developer interest in housing, or city staff knows that there's developer interest in housing. So we take those sites. Some of those sites are not currently zoned for housing, And so those are called those rezone sites. So those would have to be rezoned to accommodate housing. So we add those two up, that gets you to your total capacity for those sites. That's at 7,032 units when you add those two lines or rows on the, and that gives you a buffer of 2,760 units. The buffer is important because HCD requires each city to have a 15 to 30% buffer on the very low and the low income housing units. And so that is distributed across all of those sites, which is why you have more sites across each income level to accommodate that low and very low income buffer.
Okay, my question then, and when we had a meeting with Councilmember Fan on the subcommittee, housing subcommittee, and I emphatically emphasized that there's got to be a balance between commercial, industrial, and residential. Did that change the number from where we met before and these numbers that you're presenting today in terms of balancing those three categories?
No, the numbers have stayed the same since we met with you back in August. And it's still a relatively limited number of rezoning sites. So if you look at the map on the maps on the three previous slides, the only sites that are commercial that are being rezoned are that kind of that lighter orange color on the map. So there's a handful of those commercial sites that are things like C1 or C2 in your current zoning that are identified as potential rezone sites. It's like kind of that light yellow, light orange color on the map.
So I would like to see when you come back for the next presentation is to squeeze those numbers and maybe reduce the surplus to make sure that we don't touch industrial or commercial areas. That's my feedback. Thank you so much, staff. And as, like I said before at the previous meeting, this is really, your presentation is really good and your rationale for all the numbers are very encouraging. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Councilor Fan.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking our staff on their work on this issue, especially Director Alex Andrade for sort of picking up extra responsibilities since our housing manager departed, as well as our chief building official. It really shows your ability to manage multiple areas, and that's something that often these areas intersect when it comes to long-range policy, as in this case, housing. So I'm going to try to not, or I'm going to reserve some of my suggestions for future housing subcommittee meetings, but I do want to address a number of things that were brought up tonight. I do think that it is important that we preserve and expand our affordable housing inventory. And to that end, I do want to point out that within the housing programs that we have outlined as part of the housing element, we did identify in program number 2, it's replacement housing. And essentially this would be a new policy, and it would require the replacement of units affordable to the same or lower income level as a condition of any development on a non-vacant site. Keep that in mind. This would be applicable to non-vacant sites. But I also recognize the need for anti-displacement measures. And so in program 9, this relates to anti-displacement. efforts, and essentially we would be expanding on current policies, but its purpose is to supplement the State Tenant Protection Act with additional local anti-displacement measures. And these are all conceptual. The housing element is more of a guideline. It's more of a framework. We will have an opportunity to dive into the specific policy aspects in future meetings when specific ordinance are going to be brought back before the council to be voted on. But that should alleviate some concerns. I would hope. And then the other thing, I guess, that I would add onto the discussion regarding our arena numbers. From a comparative perspective, yes, our arena inventory looks a lot better than our counterparts. However, we do have a lot of work to do, specifically in the low and very low AMI ranges. One of the things we discussed at the housing subcommittee meetings was the status of ADUs and how that contributes to our very low income, very low AMI numbers. For the first few years, since our program was initiated, there were a number of challenges that resulted in a lesser stock than we would hope for. However, we do anticipate that to pick up over the next year. And I think that one of the ways that, and I didn't actually discuss this at the subcommittee meeting beforehand, but I do want to note it today. If we can come up with a program to get the number of existing ADUs that are non-compliant and are unpermitted into compliance, help the owners get them into compliance and get them the appropriate permits without necessarily expansive punitive means or anything like that. The purpose really is so that it can count towards our RENA numbers, because they all qualify towards the low AMIs. That said, I hope to continue the conversation, and I thank staff for continuing to engage in a range of diverse community organizations. It's something that I don't think we have done before previously. The amount of housing organizations that have participated, that's something that I think is new. And these groups have shared that a lot of other cities aren't even reaching out to housing organizations, housing advocacy organizations. So major kudos to staff on that end. Thank you.
Thank you for limiting your remarks. We do have members of the public here for item 22, and we are providing comment here for the draft housing element. I'm certain this item will come back again following this evening. So we'll go to the Vice Mayor for comment on item number 21.
Thank you, Mayor. I just was wondering, this is a question for Eric or Thomas. does the county have, is the county required to have, provide housing like the cities?
The county has to do a housing element, just like each of the cities has to do a housing element, but their housing element is primarily for those unincorporated areas within the county. Although because of its jurisdictional authority, it has programs that span all jurisdictions within the county and are partners with many of the jurisdictions that are within each of the counties. So they have a kind of a unique role, right? I mean, counties have generally a unique role, but yes, they do have to do housing element updates.
Well, that's
just
great.
Like cities do as well.
I was curious about that. And a while back, I had asked, I think your organization about Elmwood, because I know the Joint Powers Authority for the library, they include the inmates are included as part of their allocation. You know, we get allocated some monies from the county. They are included in those numbers for the Milpitas residents or population rather. So I'm wondering, and I had asked this before, but you guys were going to come back and let me know if the Elmwood inmates are included in the RENA numbers. I mean, in that, you know, because they are housed and they are.
It's a very
low
limited
income.
number.
So I was just wondering if you ever found that out. I think you guys are going to look into that. But if you don't have the answer, out next time.
No more short term.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further comments for item number 21? These are comments to be reflected in the revised draft related to the housing element. Okay, great. All right. Looks like those are all our comments. That'll go over to our city staff and consultants, team members working on the item. Thank you, Eric and Thomas, Alex, and anybody else I forgot. That's item number 21. Thank you. We did take public comment. All right, let's see how far we can get with 22. Here we go. Discussion of state funding plan for bike lanes, facilities enhancement, and homelessness prevention and unhoused services. Here we are with our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. I am joined by Walter Rossman, our Deputy City Manager, and we also have staff from Engineering and Housing available to respond to questions. So we're very pleased to be here today to provide a report on the recently awarded $2.5 million in state funding for important city programs and services, thanks to Assemblymember Lee's office. Next slide, please. So just providing some background, in March of this year, the city requested one-time state funding through Assemblymember Lee. The funding request was originally for 3 projects: Cardoza softball fields up to $7 million, bike lane facilities enhancement for $1 million, and then homelessness prevention and unhoused services for $1.5 million. On June 27th, we received notification that the city was to receive $2.5 million in this one-time state funding for 2 of the 3 requests submitted, the bike lanes and then the homelessness prevention and unhoused services. Staff is still awaiting details about timelines and other parameters of the funding. And additionally, since we made the requests in March, there have been a few developments that are relevant to these funding requests, including council direction on one of the items for which we requested funding, availability of some additional funding for these types of programs, as well as some updates on other program models and needs in Milpitas. So today we're not looking for specific council direction, but rather looking for some general feedback on potential areas for state funding. And we plan to come back to you in a few months with some recommendations based on that. So next slide, please. So of the 2 funding requests approved, one was for bike lane facilities enhancement. Next slide, please. And to provide some context for this, the City Council adopted the Trails, Pedestrian, and Bicycle Master Plan in May of 2022. And this master plan includes recommendations to expand and improve the safety of the city's bicycle facilities. So of the $1 million requested, $750,000 was intended for safety improvements such as bike signals, enhanced intersection pavement markings, and bike signage, at high traffic, multi-lane and large signalized intersections. And that would be on bike routes to schools and employment centers. And then the remaining 250,000 was for enhanced pavement markings, such as to create green or buffered bike lanes, as well as signage that was recommended in the adopted master plan. Next slide, please, and you can move to the next one as well. Then the other request that was approved for funding was for homelessness prevention and unhoused services. You've been hearing a lot today about housing, and so you'll see a lot of connections here. This was comprised of 3 key areas. So mobile shower and laundry services in the amount of 300,000, and this was to continue and expand the existing program. The $300,000 was estimated to be able to fund these services twice a week. Right now we do once a week for a period of 3 years. Then a Milpitas Day Worker Resource Center, funding requested in the amount of 500,000. And this was based on recommendations from the Homelessness Task Force and was intended to be a 2-year pilot program. And a day worker resource center typically connects day workers to short-term jobs from Milpitas residents and businesses and acts as a support center with training classes and employment services, but does not provide overnight accommodations. And then the third request was for rent relief to vulnerable Milpitas residents in the amount of 700,000. And this was really intended to continue the existing program. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, I think you skipped one slide. So as I mentioned earlier, there have been some developments since the funding request was made in March. So the mobile shower and laundry services program is now funded through January 15th of 2023. With total funding to date of approximately 86,000. And then based on recent data, we found that only about 1/3 of the users are affiliated with Milpitas, 2/3 are from outside Milpitas. So we may need to evaluate the need for an expanded program based on usage data, as well as in the context of overall funding needs for those at risk of homelessness or unhoused in Milpitas. And we can bring back recommendations on whether to modify the requested scope and funding level. And then the funding request for the Milpitas Day Worker and Resource Center was really based on recommendations, as I mentioned, from the task force. However, council did not direct staff to move forward with this particular task force recommendation and instead provided direction on a tiny homes village feasibility study. So if this is something the council would like to consider advancing, staff would need to bring back recommendations for additional resources, as housing staff is currently fully committed to meeting federal and state mandates, as well as implementing many other council priority programs. Next slide, please. And then the third component, as I discussed, was rent relief to our residents, and wanted to provide some context for this item. To date, the city has set aside over $2.1 million for rent relief assistance, with funding coming from a variety of sources, including the city's Affordable Housing Fund, Cdbg funding, competitive grant awards from the county's Emergency Food and Shelter Program, as well as funding from the American Rescue Plan Act. So you see all the details on this slide. We have also recently been made aware of potential additional funding becoming available for this type of program, which I will touch upon a little later in the presentation. And so again, something for council to consider, state funding requested for this program area could be potentially considered for other programs and services if allowable under state guidelines, which is something, as I mentioned, we're still awaiting. Next slide, please. So in addition to the areas requested for funding, there are obviously many other efforts which fall under the overall umbrella of homelessness prevention and unhoused services. And then you also heard about several programs through the housing element presentation. And so one of the programs is outreach and assessment services for the unhoused. To date, council has approved $300,000 in funding for services through September of 2023. So state funding could be considered for additional years of funding or enhanced services for this program area. Then earlier this year, as I mentioned, council directed staff to move forward on a tiny homes village feasibility study. And this study is currently underway. So state funding could be considered for any recommendations that may be approved for implementation by the council. And then, of course, as we're all very well aware, the high price of housing in our city and the region has made it a high priority issue for us to address. So recently, Milpitas Unified School District brought to light some of the critical needs for housing their MUSD teachers and staff. Of course, employees in many other key sectors in Milpitas also have trouble paying for housing close to work and sometimes have to leave the area, leaving our employers as well without access to qualified employees. So state funding could be considered to explore housing programs to retain MUSD as well as other employees working in key sectors in Milpitas. And then in addition to these programs, many other cities and counties are also implementing programs that council could consider for funding that have also been, some of them included in the housing element. And some programs that we've become aware of include things like leasing to locals, incentives for that, incentives for ADUs with deed restrictions, as well as several housing and service solutions at the regional level in several counties. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have become aware of some additional funding sources, or we have received some. So in July, the city received an allocation of approximately $142,000 from the Regional Early Impact Planning Grant Program, which is the REAP grant. This is being used for work related to fair housing and housing element work, which kind of helps free up some funding that we would have otherwise had to use. And then in October, we will also be able to apply for funding through the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or PHLA program. This funding is flexible and can be used for affordable housing development, as well as to assist the unhoused population and those at risk of homelessness. The city is slated to receive over $600,000 for 2019 and 2020. And the total 5-year funding from 2019 to 23 is expected to be over $1.4 million. Next slide, please. So again, as I stated earlier, we're not looking for specific direction today based on your input today, as well as additional clarity regarding the state funding parameters. Staff will bring forward proposals during the next few months. And then once council provides direction on the programs, any required appropriation actions will be incorporated into the fiscal year 22-23 mid-year budget. Next slide, please. So this is our recommendation, and that basically concludes the presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak. And we'll go straight to public comment, folks. You see what a really concise and precise presentation. Come on up, 2 minutes per person. Great information on these slides. And these are the resources and parameters that we have, as mentioned earlier. Okay, welcome.
Good evening, everybody, once again, and thank you for our staff and management leadership and all that stuff for the presentations and information. My name is Loreto Quevedo de Mandal. I'm the founder and organizer and house advocate of Laredo Kiddies Brigade Silicon Valley. So would like to thank once again Chief Jared Hernandez and the police department for funding using the Board of Corrections grant that they have for funding the Dignity on Wheels showers and laundry. And it's very important that we continue to do that. And thank you to Assemblymember Alex Lee for helping get this funding from the state as well. So I'd like to highly encourage Mayor and City Council and staff to expedite the feasibility study for the tiny homes, because it's very important that temporary housing or transitional housing is provided to the in-house with extreme weather that we've been having and winter coming up. Hopefully that they will have some kind of temporary housing. I'd also like to know if it's a county land, but that Thompson Court near Elmwood, it's, I think, about 5 acres. Would that be a possibility of a collaboration between the county and the city to establish a tiny home village over there? Also, I highly encourage the council to consider a safe parking location here in Milpitas. Although we know that some of the RV and car dwellers are now at the border of Milpitas and San Jose, which we continue to support between me, Loretto Kitties Brigade, Silicon Valley, as well as Hope for the In-House, with the help of
Thank you so much.
Loaves and
Thank you.
Fishes and Hungry at
The
Home.
brigade is
Thank you.
awesome. The brigade is awesome. Thanks. Yeah. Well, yes. Next. A little pep in your step tonight, huh, Mr. Montano?
Voltaire Multimayor of Milpitas. Yeah, previous speaker, very nice. State funds plan, and it's a reverse, it's osmosis. We're gonna take it. It's not the dollar. I mean, it's not the project to ask for the dollar, but the dollar is there for the project, and it's well planned. It's well allocated. So we just thank for the Ms. Sweeney and company assistant city manager and the group. Thank you for the allocations.
You're welcome. Next.
Good evening again, Allison Mcdonald, long-term resident. And I want to echo what Loretto said. I'm really grateful for the funding sources that have been identified that can help move us forward. One of the issues that I've learned over the last couple of years with my involvement with the unhoused in our community is that even once they get assessed, and as you know, there's a community queue, and then even once they're near the top of the queue and they're told that they are approved for housing, there's still a wait. We have people in our community that are coming back to an encampment from a hospital. People who have, they have like a colostomy bag, or they're recovering from a stroke, and they're living in tents and cars and shacks. It really hurts me. It pains me to know that that's the situation that we find our community members living in such conditions. I think that the tiny home program would be a great help to provide that transition. While people have been assessed, they've been told they're eligible, they need housing, but there isn't anything available quite yet. It helps to keep them in a healthy, safe place where they can access services and make progress towards getting permanently housed. Would be a great resource for the community. And right now, the only place, I don't even know where people go if they want to be in Milpitas. There's nowhere. But so that's one thing I would really support.
I love what you're saying. Thank you. Love it. Love it. Amazing. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, great. Next person, anybody that would like to speak for this item in person here in the chamber. Okay, we'll go to the virtual chamber, the Zoom. First up with the virtual raised hand, Robert Means.
Yes, I think that the programs that are being proposed to deal with the unhoused in our community are wonderful, necessary, probably don't even go far enough, but it's kind of like treating the symptom. And it recalls to me a story about a priest in South America who received all kinds of kudos and acclamations for the work that he was doing in supporting the poor. But when he asked why they are poor, he got a lot of blowback from the establishment, from the oligarchy. And so I'm kind of looking at the problem and saying, why do we have so many homeless now when 40 years ago we did not? What has changed, and what can we do about it here in Milpitas? One problem that seems to be cropping up is that we have outside investors buying up real estate in our town and then jacking up rates and taking housing off the market, which of course shrinks the supply and thus drives up the cost. So I guess what I'm saying here is that what we're planning on doing with this state money is great. It'll actually help a lot of people in a lot of different ways. But we also need to think more in terms of what is causing the problem, not just continue to treat the problem. Thank you.
Any further virtual raised hands on the Zoom? We want to thank folks for being with us tonight. We're at a great point. Okay, great. I think that's it for public comment for item number 22. First, I want to thank where the check's coming from. The state of California, Assemblymember Alex Lee, Milpitas' very own. We're so proud of the work that they are doing up in Sacramento and across the world, actually. And we look forward to more partnerships with our assembly member, but it's not even a partnership. He is one of our very own here in town. So we are so fortunate for the $2.5 million. And we look forward to that being deposited sooner than later. I want to also thank the City of Milpitas Homelessness Task Force. Our volunteer residents met for a period of about a year and gave their time. Our homelessness task force meetings were broadcast, and folks in the community can watch them on youtube.com. Search for the City of Milpitas Homelessness Task Force. These meetings many a times went, I think, an hour or more, and I tuned into a few live meetings and watched replays of others. And I just really want to thank our residents on the Homelessness Task Force who led the effort here in Milpitas to bring about recommendations addressing the unhoused, the homeless, folks that are most vulnerable in our community. And I actually look forward to the Homelessness Task Force continuing their great work here in Milpitas. The process for the Homelessness Task Force recommendations move forward and eventually reach the City Council that you see before us tonight. And our City Council chose some of the recommendations for this time. Maybe we'll do more later, but for this time, the City Council chose the recommendations of the Homelessness Task Force and their great work leading the work to address homelessness in our city. And we have the slides here tonight. I'm in 100% support of what we have on our slides. I think the grant allocation now attached to some of the recommendations from the Homelessness Task Force are very suitable. I think the one thing I'm looking at before I get to the bicycle related funding, one thing I'm looking at is really the showers. I think that's a significant amount of money. Perhaps we can analyze the showers, assess the showers data, and find some more cost-effective measures with the same service delivery. And perhaps we can take some of the $300,000 for the showers. I don't know. I got to check with finance. Sometimes the money is obligated to be spent in certain ways. But if we can move some of that money over to the navigation center, and then furthermore, we need to look at the other funding that we have on the ladder slides that we're seeing tonight. We really got to start. See, now we're getting into finance, but we really need to start making decisions as a city as to where the money is going. The safe parking program, that's another thing that we need to do that we've been pushing for 100% from beginning to end. A safe parking program by the BART or one of the light rail parking lots. Other places are doing it, it makes a lot of sense to utilize those parking spaces, especially in the evening hours, and have access to public transportation. So it's really a great combination of our assembly members' support through the $2.5 million and our City of Milpitas Homelessness Task Force, a sacrifice, and the timing could not have been better. Even with Measure F, I do think there's some spending in public safety for folks that are homeless or unhoused, and then the other funding sources that we saw today as well. So the well isn't dry, and I'm really encouraged to see these dollars over the last 6 years. I don't think we've seen this amount of money. This is a start, and perhaps we'll get more money going forward, 5 million, 10 million from outside sources, and that would be great. So over to the bicycle funding, bicycle related funding. All that's great. Let's just continue to do the work. I was on Facebook the other day. I had like a Facebook memory from 3 years ago about green bike lanes. And I can remember that didn't have a lot of support when it first started. But fortunately, our director of engineering, Steve Erickson, came in and he said, this is something we have to do. And it became non-political. So great memories, and we're here tonight. All right, next up we have Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. I want to begin by extending my deepest appreciation for the work of Assemblymember Lee and his staff in securing this funding for us. Ideally, we hope to see more funding from the state in the future. And to that end, I want to ensure that we are respectful of the funding guidelines that were provided to us from the state. The last thing I would want is for us to trigger any red flags and make the pathway towards receiving future funding more difficult. I want to go back to what the funding is actually intended for. And I believe the specific language that was provided was for, one second here, was for homelessness prevention and unhoused services. I think the key word here is service. So while I don't disagree that we should prioritize a lot of the things that were brought up today, I do want to ensure that at least this funding source from the state is dedicated towards services. So, I don't want to get into a side conversation about, should we do these studies or not? For the record, I'm very open to, those options, but I want to get back to the service aspect there, and make sure we actually dedicate the funding towards these preventative services, these unhoused services, and not make a huge stretch. Sure, you might be able to argue that a study towards XYZ policy can lead towards preventing people from getting unhoused, but that's quite a stretch from the explicit language that was provided, which was service. And on that note, it's very important that we commit to these technical fiscal guidelines. So, I'm also very appreciative of our community stepping up and supporting Measure F for public safety. But that funding, when we put it on the ballot, it was for public safety. And to, use it for any other purpose, I feel does a huge disservice to those who agreed to, dedicate a portion of their taxpayer dollars. And I just want us to be mindful when we have these conversations, because there's a very limited pool of funding. And we want to be careful about how we spend it there. In regards to the bike lanes, yeah, I'm completely on board with the staff recommendations. It's going to go a long way towards making Milpitas more bicycle and pedestrian friendly, and will help us achieve our long-term climate goals, especially with the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan, for the financial management instruction. I would differ that public safety includes our homeless and unhoused population. Public safety includes all people, including our unhoused and homeless population. And so when we have a exploration or just a discussion about public safety through Measure F, we must include our homeless and unhoused, like all people. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have a question, Ashwini. Ashwini, on the $1 million for bike lane, would the $1 million be enough to cover the entire Milpitas in terms of painting the bike lanes all over the city? Is that enough?
No, Councilmember Chua, and I will defer to our Director of Engineering to speak to that. This was just going to be part of the recommendations in the adopted master plan, since we were only asking for a certain amount of funding. 250,000 would not cover all of it, but if Steve Erickson can come on, or Walter.
This is Steve Erickson, city engineer. No, it would not cover the entire city. It would just cover some areas. We would look at high traffic and multi-lane, heavily used intersections and as well as routes to school.
Have you got an estimate if you have to do it for the entire city? Do you have any numbers about that?
I don't have that off the top of my head right now. I can get back to you on that.
Sure. Okay. And my question on I know the 1.5 million is to prevent homelessness and provide services, right? So, I remember a year ago, I think I was able to raise, I think, $14,000 for hotel vouchers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chan. Ashwini, do we have any inkling or idea if the reason why I'm asking, and I know I've gotten a few calls or emails, and I forwarded to staff asking for hotel vouchers during this last 15 months. Do we need more funding for that?
Councilmember Chua, thank you for your question. I will kind of begin a response, but we'll probably need to refer to our police chief and recreation and community services director, because they both kind of team together to implement that. So as you know, we use it in limited circumstances. If we had a more robust program, we would need an agreement with some of the hotels to make sure the city is protected. So we do use it in just emergency situations if there's a referral from the police department, or if there's some urgent need that we're made aware of. And so I will refer to either Renee or Jared to respond to that question. But we do have funding. It's we haven't run out of funding for that.
Oh, okay. So I was thinking it's all right. I understand how where it's they don't need to answer. What my concern is, do we need to fund more to help like this climate that we just had? I mean, to provide it easier to whoever needs it. That's what I'm getting at.
Yes, I think we would maybe need to spend a little bit of time thinking about if we expanded that program, what would it mean in terms of the agreements we would have with the hotels, and just making sure the city is protected if we start to expand that to a larger population.
Yes, I think that's a service that we do need. And another one is the assessment. And we know the We House is very successful, the assessment. And I know that we got funding from ARPA for 100,000 to cover until September 2023. So I just want to make sure that we continue to do that past September 2023. Future grants or blessings from state, whether or whatever, that we don't need to discuss it, and the funds is there for continuous assessment, because I know, and we all know, it's very effective to assess all our in-house. And also in terms of homelessness prevention, I think we've seen in the presentation of the housing element team that the ADUs is really very disincentive for the ADUs that we got from ARPA, close to $1 million. I think it's 980. It's very effective because the last 3 years we have 35 units per year. Now we're projecting 74 per year. So I think that for future, I know you have several potential grants. We do really need more money for ADUs. And I think it will address the very low and low income housing for our residents, and specifically for the unhoused, hopefully. So please make sure that it is somewhere that we need to get more funding for ADUs for future grants. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much. And I concur. I think that one of the biggest things we've done as a city is making sure that the funding for the assessments stay. And that's definitely something that I would agree with, to make sure that the expansion of that assessment program continues from 23 to 24. And if that's the possibility to do, I would definitely encourage it to make sure that we are sustaining the programs that we have, because the last thing that I would like to would see is funding a new program and then having to cut a program that's working. So we want to continue the sustainability of what's working, which is the assessments. I also want to be very respectful and thankful to Assemblymember Alex Lee, who specifically with the help of the unhoused advocates in our area, he really listened to their wishes, which was making sure that the mobile services for showers and laundry services were maintained. One of the things that I really want to caution is moving away from his wishes, because if we do that, we're not giving him an incentive that we're meeting him worth halfway. And that could jeopardize a partnership and a relationship where we will not see another dime, because we are competing against bigger cities in the entire 80/24. So I am very cautious of moving away from the scope of work that this funding is intended to. I really do think we have an opportunity to form a strong partnership with our state representative and show him that we're here to support the community that we both represent, to address and maximize taxpayers' dollars to the potential that we could do. So I think this is a great step in a positive relationship, and honestly, one that I have seen for the first time in 4 years with this amount of money. And I want to make sure that we do not jeopardize that in any way, shape, or form. I think that the assembly member is one to listen, and he definitely meets halfway. I will admit, me and him do not get along many, many times on an aspect of like thought process, but we always come out very strong in partnerships from every single meeting, because we both come in with a listening ear and with a goal-oriented attitude. So I do appreciate that from him. And if we could get through a tough conversation with some of the toughest themes, I am sure that our staff could also do that. But as a council, we need to make sure we direct staff in that direction. So I definitely do not want to touch the $300 for the shower mobile, because he's been very specific on how he wants to see this money, and particularly in that component. I also would like, when staff comes back, if this conversation comes back with the shower mobile services, if we could be provided with numbers of each date. I have been out there on Sundays, and I'm not too sure where those numbers come. I may disagree slightly, and maybe it's just the days that I've been there. There has been more Milpitas residents than outside residents using that service. So I'm not too sure what sign-in sheets. I have been taking pictures of the sign-in sheets when I'm out there. And so the sign-in sheets that I have do represent Milpitas residents. So I do want to see, if we have that conversation come back, I would like to see the sign-in sheets provided, just to make sure that that data is what's represented on the reports. So with that, I just want to just say thank you to our community members for really coming together and making sure that we have a sustainable plan. And again, to the staff in Assemblymember Alex Lee's office, they are amazing. And I want to recognize the work that they all do, because I think they've been very responsive to Milpitas and to many of us when we ask them for help. And so with that, I conclude my comments. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. We're still here. And I think we're going to get out of here before the day is officially over, which is midnight, which is less than 20 minutes from now. Just providing some feedback here and adding to the discussion. Really the first time that we've met as a city council with the new funding from the state assembly member, as well as going over, there's really a comprehensive funding review or analysis that we have before us. So if you have any questions on the pennies and nickels, dimes, quarters, half dollars, $2, $5, cash, everything, our funding for homelessness prevention, this is what you have. So great discussion tonight, no action, but a really superb update. I want to thank our city staff for working on this. I want to thank the city staff for working on everything. And we fully understand that this city does not move without our city staff and our organization that we've created. So I thank you everybody for all your hard work tonight. We took public comment and that's it. We'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Thank you.